Hello everyone and welcome back to a new video. And in this video we are going to make Medium Clone Application using Next.js. And for this project we are going to use Next.js server actions along with the APIs. And for the user authentications we are going to use Clerk. As for the styling we are going to use Tailwind CSS. And we are also going to make an editor just like we see in Medium. So watch the preview of this tutorial and then we can start making our application. So without further ado, let's start making our application. So now let's start with our installation of our project. For that we are going to use a Next.js, and let's get started, and we can go to the installation and then copy this command. Open your terminal using Ctrl and backtick. Okay, and then we can paste this command here and then enter. Our project name will be Medium Clone. Then we are going to use the TypeScript. Yes, we are going to use the Tailwind CSS. We are going to use the source directory, app router, and yeah, that's it. Now after successful installation we can do some changes here. So go to the source and app and in the page.tsx, and first thing that we are going to do is remove all this and then save, and let's start our server to check if it's working or not. So write npm run dev. Oh, we need to first go to our project directory, which will be cd medium clone, and then write npm run dev, npm run dev. Okay, and let's open this here. So now we have started our server. Let's go to this global.css, and here we can remove this css as well. Now we have perfect white page to start our project. Now after installation, first we are going to work on the user registration authentication. So for that we are going to use the Clerk. We get that Clerk Authentication, and this service we are going to use in our project for the user authentication and registration. So we can go here and we can start building for free. Let's continue with the Google, and this same authentication will be used in our. So now that we are signed in, now we are going to add application here, and after that this is what our form will look like. So right now we only have continue with Google. I'm also going to add continue with Google, and then we are going to create our application. And let's add our application name, that will be Medium. Create application, and now we have our dashboard here for the development, and this is our key that we are going to use in our env file. So now that we have our keys, now let's set up Clerk in our application. So copy these values, and then inside our project make one more file name .env.local, and here paste that values. Now after that inside the src make one more folder name components, and inside that make a file name navbar bar.tsx .tsx, and let's increase the size. I think this should be fine. So let's remove this. Now give this to a class name, and that would be px8 py2 border b of 1 pixel. That means the border bottom will be of 1 pixel width, and inside that we are going to have one more div. Give this a class name as well. That would be flex item center and space x3, and inside that we are going to have a link. So import link from next link and provide the href. Href will be our home, and inside that we are going to have our logo. So we are going to have image from next image, then src, and that would be slash medium icon dot svg. Then width will be of 40 pixels and height will be of 40 pixels, and alt value will be medium icon or logo. And now before going any further, let's go here and we can write Clerk Authentication and then Next.js setup. So first we need to install the Clerk. Let's open our terminal by using Ctrl plus backtick. One more terminal open, and then we can go to the project directory and then we are going to install this package. After that we are going to add the keys in our env file, which we have already done, and now we are going to wrap our application in the Clerk provider. So go to the layout.tsx and here we are going to import Clerk provider from Clerk. Why this is not showing? Let's copy this, paste it. Okay, and now we are going to wrap our body inside the Clerk provider. After that we are going to have our middleware file. So copy this and we can make a middleware file here, middleware.ts, and our authentication will be applied to all the pages. So now let's save it, save this as well and this as well. Now let's go to our application, refresh the page, and right now we did not see anything. So let's go to the navbar.tsx and here we are going to import user button. Sign in URL will be slash and then close this. Now save. Let's refresh. Nothing is happening. Let's check our terminal. And after that go to the page.tsx and here add our navbar. Save. And we did not see anything here. Let's go to the navbar.tsx and it should be working. I think we need to wrap our HTML in this as well. Let's save this, refresh the page. So the problem was the naming of this file. I forgot to add one more D here, and now this is middleware.ts. Now let's save and refresh the page. And as you can see, I am getting redirected to this particular URL to sign in our application. So I'm going to continue with our Google. And as you can see, I have my icon here from the Google, and this is my name and my email address. And we can also manage our account, and we can also upload new profile image here. So this is all functionality is given by Clerk that we are going to use in our application. So this was all for our user registration and authentication for our Medium Clone application. And now let's add some more CSS here. So wrap our link and user button inside a div and copy the CSS from here. And here we are going to change something. So remove the space x3 and write justify between, and now save. And now we are going to have our icon over here. I think it is still there. This should be here too. And now we have our icon over here. And now after this link, we are going to have one more div. Give this a class name, flex item center, bg gray 50, and rounded full px2. Inside that we are going to have a search icon. Search icon size will be of 20, and class name, and this class name will have opacity of 50. We are going to get our search icon from Lucid React, so we can install that library. npm I lucid React, and let's import our search icon from there. Import search from Lucid React, and after that we are going to have our input type will be text, placeholder will be search, then add a class name, focus outline will be none, px1 py2 placeholder, text will be sm, text sm, and bg gray 50. And then after that, below this we are going to have one more div. Inside that we are going to have a user button, and above that we are going to have a span. Span will have a class name of flex item center space x2, opacity 70, hover opacity will be of 100, duration will be of 100 milliseconds, ease in cursor pointer. And inside this span we are going to have our svg icon, and below this we are going to have a p tag. Give this a class name, font light, and text sm. Inside that write right. Now let's save and go back to our browser and give this a class name, flex item center space x7. And now we have our neighbor here. We are going to add some more options here later, but for now these are enough. And now our next task would be to set up our Prisma and connecting our application to our database. So let's write Prisma, then quick start, and copy this and open the terminal and install the Prisma. After that we are going to initiate our Prisma. Let's wait for a bit, and now let's paste this command and this will initialize our Prisma. And now we have our Prisma schema here and also a env file, and here we are going to add our database URL. And for our database provider we are going to use Neon and the Postgres database. So let's sign in, and I already have an account here. Inside here I'm going to make one more database and name will be medium. I already have clone, so I'm just going with the medium YouTube. Okay, and let's select this and then copy this URL and then paste that here. And now that we have our Prisma here, let's go to the schema.prisma and here define our first schema that would be the story of our medium. So first we are going to work on our story and later we are going to work on the, so we are going to have model story and it will have id, and the id will be a type of string, and then it will be a id, and after this id we are going to have this. So what this does is this add a prefix before the id so that we can identify which model this id belongs to just by looking at the prefix. For this case the prefix will be story, and for example if we have comment, our prefix will be a comment, and using those id we can identify which model this id or particular data belongs to. Okay, for that we have added this particular line, and this only works for the Postgres database. If you're not using a Postgres database, you can leave this as a default. After that we are going to have author id, and this will be a type of string. Then we are going to have a content, and this will be a type of string as well. Then topics, and this will be a array of string. Then publish, and this will be a boolean, and the default value will be false. Then we are going to have a created at, type will be a date time, and the default value will be now. Then we are going to have updated at, and this will be a type of date time. Its value change whenever we update our data, so we can have this. And that's it for now. Later we are going to add some more fields here, but this will be enough for now. So now let's save and open our terminal, and we can write npx prisma db push to make this table in our database. And as you can see, now we have successfully generated our Prisma client, and also we are in sync with our database. Let's go to the database and then the tables and select the medium YouTube. And as you can see, now we have one table in our database, which is story, and right now this is empty. So with that we have successfully set up our Prisma and the database. And now finally we are going to work on our writing story. So now let's go to our neighbor.tsx file, and here we are going to define a function to make a story. So that const make new story, and this will be a async function, and inside that we are going to use try and catch block. And now in the try block we are going to use the post request to make a new story using NextJs. So you need to install NextJs first. I have already installed it, and now using NextJs we are going to have a post request here. Let's first import it. NextJs from NextJs, dot post method, then provide the API endpoint, which will be API slash make slash new story, and after that we are going to push the user to a new page where the new story will be written. So we can import use router here, import use router from next navigation, make an instant here, use router, and here write router dot push, add a backtick here, and this will push to the slash story slash response dot data dot id, and we are going to get our response from our post request. And in the catch block we are going to console our error, so we can write console.log error creating new story. And now let's add our function here. So on click event we are going to call this function, and now let's go here inside the app. Inside the app we are going to make a new folder named API, then another folder named new story, and inside that we are going to have a file named route.ts. and now here import next response and next request from next server, then also import auth from clerk slash Next.js, and then we are going to import our Prisma, but before that let's make a new file here named prisma.db.ts, and inside that we are going to paste this code. So what this code does is this prevent multiple instances of our Prisma client in our development mode. That's why we need this here. And now let's import our Prisma from app slash prisma.db, and then we are going to write our function for the post, export async function type post, then we are going to have a request, and this will be a next request. Now first we are going to get our user ID from auth, so we can write it as user ID, and let's define its type. So type will be user ID will be a type of string or null, and this will be equals to auth function. After that we are going to check if we have our user ID or not, and if we don't have the user ID we are going to throw an error, new error, and then pass a message that no user is signed in. So this gives us the current user's user ID, and if we don't have the user ID, that means the user is not logged in, and that means the user cannot do the post request here. Now after that, we are going to use the try and catch block. Inside the try, first we are going to create a new story. So that const new story is equals to await prisma dot story dot create, and here we are going to pass data. So data will have data will have author ID, and this will be equals to user ID. And I think I made a mistake here, that here the content should be optional, because when a user make a new story, before editing, the content will always be empty or null. That's why we need to make this optional in the beginning. So let's push this again, and px prisma db push, and now error should go away, and as you can see, we do not have any error now. After that, we are going to return a message here, next response dot json, that successfully created new story. Now if we do find any error, we are going to catch that error and return next response dot error, and now let's save. And after that, go to the app directory again and make a new folder named story, and then we are going to add a square bracket story ID. Inside that, we are going to make page.tsx tsrafc. So I have written this inside a square bracket to catch all route that has URL slash story slash anything. So this will catch all that route here. And now let's see how can we get the story ID from a params here. So go to the Next.js documentations, and here you can see, and here you can search all catcher route, dynamic routes. So we can copy this and paste here. Now in our case, the param name is story ID, so we can remove this and write story ID, and let's console our params dot story ID. So let's save and go back to our browser. And one more thing, that inside our neighbor.tsx, we have to make this a client component. Let's refresh this, click on this, and as you can see, now I'm getting directed to this page, story slash undefined. That means we have done some error here. Story response dot data dot id, and we should get our story ID here, but we are getting undefined. Let's open our Prisma Studio. Prisma Studio. And as you can see, now we have one story here. We have our ID and everything else. So that means response dot data dot id. This should be working. I don't know why we are getting this undefined. Let's try to console our response here. And let's go back to our home page, refresh the page. Now we are going to make one more story, and this time we are getting our data. Oh, we are not passing our data here, so let's go back to our API route.ts, and this time here we need to pass new story. Okay, let's go back to the home page again, refresh the page, and as you can see, now we are getting the proper ID of our story, and here as well in our terminal. And now in this page we are going to write our story for our medium. Here now we will have 3 stories. Let's delete those that we are not using right now. Okay, so this is working. And now let's work on our story creation. But before that, let's add our neighbor in the page.tsx here. Later we are going to change our neighbor for this specific page, since we are going to have different options in neighbor for our story. So right now let's just add our neighbor here, and we should have our neighbor now. And now we are going to make one more component here named new story .tsx. Change its name to new story, and then we are going to import that here. And now give this div a class name, and max width will be of 1000 pixels here, mx auto to make everything in center, and that's it. Now let's go to the new story and start working on this. Let me take you to the Medium official website, and if I inspect it here, I'm currently in the new story section, and let me inspect it, and let's see this particular div. Here as you can see, this div right now is content title table is equals to true, and this same approach we are going to apply in our case as well. We are going to make a div which will be a content editable, and we are going to use ref so that we can do all that stuff that we are able to do here, like writing, adding new picture, this divider, code, etc. So we are going to have a content editable div here. So let's make that here, const content editable ref, and this will be equals to use ref from React, and the type will be HTML div element or null. Now let's make this a client component so that we can use ref here. ID will be container, and then give this a class name of max w of 800 pixels, mx auto, relative. Then we are going to have font mono and mt5. Now inside this main tag we are going to have our div, and this will be our content editable div, so we can use id, and this will be equals to editable. Then we are going to have our ref, and ref will be equals to content editable ref. Now let's give this a class name. So we're going to give outline of none and focus outline none. Editable will be the class name, and then max W of 800 pixels. Now let's save, and we're getting this error. Let's see what is this. Problem is that I did not specify the current value, so the current value will be null. Now let's save, and now we do not have any kind of error here. Let's add something here, and now as you can see right now this is not editable, so we need to add content editable, and this will be by default true. And also if I save this and go back here, this is editable now. But one more thing, that we are getting some kind of error, and to resolve this error we are going to add one more property here, which is suppress content editable warnings, and this will be true as well. Now save and refresh the page, and now we do not have any kind of errors here. Okay, now let's go back again here. The first thing that we are going to work on is this button, which gives us all the options required in this editor. So let's work on that. And as you can see, as I move forward, the position of this button changes. So we are going to work on this, how we can change the position of that button as we move forward. So right now let's remove this, and we are going to make that button first. So below this div we are going to have one more div with the class name of z10. Then inside that we are going to have a button, and this will have a ID. So let's give this ID, that would be tooltip, and let's add a class name here. Class name will be border of 1 pixels, then border neutral of 500, padding of 1, rounded full, inline block, and then inside this button we are going to have icon, which will be plus icon from Lucid React, and give this a class name as well. And now save, and we should have our button over here. Okay, now we are going to decide its position. So for that we are going to define a function here, but first let's define another function so that we can open these menus here. So now let's define our menu here, which will be open on clicking this button. So give a class name, and that would be flex item center space x4 absolute top will be 0, left 14, it will be 14, and after that we are going to give this ID. So give this ID, and the ID will be tool. Now inside this div we are going to have a span, and give this span a class name as well, border of 1.5 pixels, border green of 500, and rounded full, display will be block, and padding will be 6 pixels. And now inside this we are going to have our image icon from Lucid React, and give this a class name, and that would be opacity 60, text green 80, 800, and that's it. After that, we are going to have our input tag, so that whenever we click on this icon, we are going to open our file manager so that user can upload a file. So the type will be file, and we are going to accept only images, so we can have accept, and we are going to accept only images so that we can write it like this. After that, we are going to apply a style, so the style will be display none. So let's save, and now we are going to define our open tool function. So let's go above, and here we are going to define our function to open the tools. So first, let's define the state here, which will be open tools, set open tools is equals to use state boolean, and initial value will be false. And after that, we are going to have an on click handler here. So whenever the user click on this, we are going to set the open tool value to opposite value of the initial value. So we can write open tools. Now based on the open tools, we are going to do some changes here. So in the plus icon, we are going to define a class name, and then we can use the backtick here. Duration will be of 100 milliseconds of 300 milliseconds for the animation, and the type will be is linear. Then we can have open tools. If it's true, then we are going to rotate. Then we are going to rotate our icon by 90 degree. Otherwise, we are going to do nothing. Now let's go to our tool and make this like this. And here, if the open tool is true, then we are going to make it visible. Otherwise, it will be invisible. Now let's go to the span, and here as well we are going to make the class name like this, so we can write it as this. Now if the open tool is true, then we are going to scale it to 100 and make it visible. Otherwise, the scale will be of 0 and it will be invisible. Then define the duration of the animation. It will be type of is linear and duration will be of, and I think that's it. Let's save and go back to a browser. Now if I click on this, there is an icon for the image. Let's go again here and let's see what is wrong here. So our position of this div will be absolute, so we can write it as this style, and position will be absolute. I am writing it here because we are going to define the position of our button later using our function, so we need to provide the top and left value. And now if I click on this, now as you can see, I have my icon here. Similarly, we are going to add some more icons with this span. So let me just copy this, and inside that we are going to have one more icon. And now here we are going to have this icon more horizontal. Copy and paste. Now let's import. Give this a size of 20, and we can also add this CSS here. Now let's save, and as you can see, now we have our other icon. Similarly, we are going to have one more icon, and that would be to add a code. So we can have the code icon from LucidRect, and this will be our third icon. You can add some more buttons here, like unsplash, video, or this, but we are going to go with these three options in our project, but you can definitely add more. Now let's save and let's try if it's working on. They are all coming at the same time, so we can add a delay here, a little bit delay. So delay of maybe 75, and here a delay of 100. Now let's click on this, and as you can see, this is looking good. Now what is left here is to define the left and top position of this button so that it can be aligned to our current position of the caret. So for that we are going to define a function here. Now now let's make one more state here, and that would be button position, set button position. Use state, and then we are going to define its type. Another type will be an object, and that object will contain top, which will be a type of number. Then we are going to have left, and this will be number as well. Now initial value will be top 0 and left 0. Now let's define our function to get the values for the button. Now to get our button positions, we are going to use get selection method of window to get the caret position, and using that caret position we are going to define the button position of our button. So let's define a function name const get caret position. Now we are going to define x and y values, and initial value will be 0 for both of them. And now we are going to check if we have a window.getSelection defined or not. For that we are going to define one more variable is supported, and this should be true. So we are going to use a type of window.getSelection, and this should not be equals to an undefined value. So now if we have this defined, that means the value is true, then we can proceed in this function. So if is supported is true, then we are going to get the selection. So we can write const selection. For that we are going to use the window.getSelection method, and we can also assert the type of this selection. So we can write as selection. Now using the selection, first we are going to check if the range count is greater than 0 or not. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So window.getSelection, and as you can see in the selection, the range count is 1. So first we are going to check if the selection is greater than 0 or not. If it does not greater than 0, then we cannot proceed and get the values of x and y, and also for the position of button. So we can check the selection dot range count, and this should be greater than 0. Now if it Now if the range count is greater than 0, then we are going to get our range. So we can have our range from the selection. For that we can write selection dot get range at 0, and then we are going to clone that range. Now from the range we are going to get client direct values. So write const direct. Let's console direct value, and we can invoke this function using use effect here. Get correct position, and in the dependency this will be an empty array, so that this function only gets executed once for now. So now let's go to our browser and check if it's working or not. So I'm refreshing the page, and when I type something, as you can see in the console, I'm getting the DOM rect, and here I'm getting the all type of positions of a caret. So bottom is this, height is this, left position is 329 pixels, right is 329 pixels, and top and x and y. And now we are going to use only the two values, which is left and top, to define the position of our button. So what we can do here, if the rect is defined, we're going to have x is equals to rect dot left value, and then y value will be rect dot top value, and lastly we are going to return an object which will have x and y. Now let's get the x and y here. So let's write const an object is equals to this function, and this function will give us x and y value, and now we can set the button position, which is object, and top value will be y, and the left value we can have x. Now let's save, and now let's go here, and inside the style we can have top value, which will be button position dot top, and then we are going to have left value, which will be button position dot left. And now let's save and go back to a browser, refresh the page. And now let's try to write something. Button let's write something here. The values are changing here. Let's console the button position, and we can remove this. So now let's save and go back to a browser, and now if I try to write something here, so we need to define one more thing here, that whenever we are typing, this function gets executed. So we can write const handle input, and then we can have it here, and this function will get executed on the input event. So we can write content editable.current.add event listener, and that will be input, and this will call our handle input function. So now let's save, refresh the page, And now let's try to write something here. So whenever I write something, as you can see, our button position got changed, and this is what we wanted, although this is not entirely correct, but we are getting there. So whenever I write something, our position of button gets changed. Okay, now in the medium, as you can see, the left position of the button is always fixed, so we need to do the same here. And for that, we can fix the left position of -50. So let's refresh it, and when I type something, as you can see, the left position is always -50 here as well. So the left position is resolved. Now we need to work on the top position. Okay, so as you can see, the top position is not very good right now, so we can make it a little bit closer to a caret by subtracting some pixels here, and in this case we can subtract like 90, and as you can see that 90 is a little bit more, so we can go with the 80. Yeah, so this is just beside our caret. Okay, now we have sorted the position of our button, and let's work on the addition of components. When we click on this, let's add bg white in all the spans, and here as well. So when I click on this, we do not get to see the text behind it. Okay, now let's make this initially invisible. For that, let's write a class name like this. So as you can see, initial value of top is 0, so we can write if the button dot top value is equals to 0, then we are going to make it hidden, otherwise this will not be hidden. Now let's save, and as you can see, now we do not have our button here. Now when I try to write something, I'll get my button over here and the options. Okay, so now let's define some, and now let's add h1 tag and p tag here inside our div, so that we can have a title and a starting point to write our story here. So we can add a h1 tag, and this will have a class name of font medium. Now when I save this, as you can see, nothing will happen. So we need to fix this, because initially we want to show a placeholder like this inside our h1 and p tag, but there's no option to directly use placeholder inside h1 and p tag. So we need to use data attribute in our tags. So we can define them like this: data h1 placeholder is equals to, we can write title. Now this again will not work, because still these attributes is not defined, so we need to define them inside our css file here. So for h1 tag, we are going to define this particular attribute. So copy this and go to the css file, and we can write h1 empty not focus, and before this should be outside this before, and inside that we are going to have our content, and content will be attribute type, and the attribute name will be data h1 placeholder. And now let's define some properties for this content. So I'm going to define opacity to be 30%. Import our file here. So import a CSS file that would be /new story.css. Now let's save. And as you can see, we have our title placeholder for h1 tag. As you can see, we have our before, inside that we have our title placeholder, and we can write anything here. So whenever you try to write something, this placeholder will disappear. Okay, similarly we are going to do for p tag. So copy this and paste here, change this to p tag and this one's to p tag as well. Now save, and we should have, oh, this is, I think, yes, we need to add this here as well. This will be p tag, and here we can write your story and save. And now we have our p tag placeholder as well. So we are done with our p tag and h1 tag, but one thing to notice here that the h1 tag uh, the h1 tag font size and the h1 tag font size and p tag font size are same. So here we need to use some other CSS here, which will be Tailwind / typography. So we need to install that here. So copy this, open a terminal. So you need to install that. I have already installed. After installing, go to the tailwind config.ts and paste this line. So go to the tailwind config.ts and you have to paste this line inside the plugins. And after that, you just need to add this CSS, which will be pros. Okay, so now when we save this, we will get the actual font size of h1 and the actual font size of p1 that we get in the a normal HTML. So now let's go to the app, and as you can see, we have our title and the p tag here, and they have both different font sizes. So this is working here as well. Now one more CSS that we are going to add here, which will be white space pre-line. Whenever we go to the next line, we will have the same tag over here. That means when I go to the next line, we will have another p tag which will have the same property as above p tag. Okay, now let's add a medium editor here. So I'm going to use this medium editor, this one. Okay, so we can install it from here. Copy this and install. And now let's get the CSS of the medium editor. So first we are going to import medium editor from medium editor. Let's also install the type. And this will be capital M. After that, we can also import the CSS of our editor, and then we can initiate our editor. So for that, we are going to use effect here. So let's make one more use effect here. And first we are going to check if the type of the window dot document is defined or not. So if it's not undefined, then we are going to initiate our editor. So this will be editor is equals to new medium editor. Inside that, first we are going to provide our editable div class, so we can write editable, and we have already given the class over here, editable. After that we are going to get our container, so element container, and this will be document dot get element by id, and we can have the container, and we can assert the type here, that would be HTML element. And now this should be enough to start our editor. So now let's save and go back to our browser. Let's write something. So we can write first story, and now if I select this text, you can see now I have the editor over here. I don't know why this is not coming over here, but this is working. As you can see, we are getting it bold, italic, underline. We can also paste a link here, h2, h3, and we can also make it a quote. Okay, now we can include some more options here, like we can also include h1 tag here and some more things. For that we can define a toolbar here, and this will be an object. Now inside that we can have buttons, and buttons will be an array, and we can have bold, italic, underline, then anchor, then h1, h2, h3, h3, and quote, quote. So now let's save and go back here, and now if I write something, and as you can see now we have our h1 tag and every other buttons here. So this is how you can add buttons to our editors. And in order to read some more about this, you can visit this page. They have good documentation here. Okay, you can also add commands here, keyboard command. So this is a good documentation, you can follow it if you want to, but for our application this is enough. Now as you can see here, we are getting some text over here, type your text. So in order to remove this, we can go to the new story, and we can write dot medium editor placeholder after, and we want this value to be empty. So content will be an empty, and we can make this important. Now let's save and go back here, and we should not have we still have our placeholder text here. So let's see what's going on. So actually this is the class name, and right now the content is data placeholder, and this is important, and what we have defined is not currently applicable. So I think the problem is the order of this CSS. We need to place this CSS above this one, and I think in order to do that we can move this. Actually, we can go to the main file here and we can copy this from here and paste our CSS file at the end, so that the last CSS that is applicable in this file is our own CSS file. So now let's save and go back here, and now as you can see we do not have any placeholder of the editor. And lastly, we need to destroy the editor so that we return. And this will be an anonymous function, and here we are going to destroy our editor, and this will be inside our if statement, editor dot destroy, and now give this a dependency of empty array. So now let's make one more ref for our input tag here. So we can use ref is equals to file input ref. Let's define that above, const file input ref is equals to use ref, and the type will be HTML input element or null, and the initial value will be null. And now let's define our insert image component function. So we can write const insert image component. So we can write file input ref dot current dot click method. Okay, and so now we can go below here, and on clicking on this icon, so we can have a on click handler, and this will call insert image component function. Now let's save and go back here, and when I click on this icon, as you can see local folders are open, and now I can choose an image to upload on our story here. And now we are going to define one more function, and that would be handle file input change function. So we can write on change handler, and this will call handle file input change function. Now let's copy this. This should be D. Let's copy this, and here we are going to define that function, const handle file input change, and this should be change. So now let's define that. So this will be an arrow function, and let's define a type here. So this function will have an event, and the type of event will be react dot change event, and this will be HTML input element. Now from this event we are going to get file, so we can write const file is equals to event dot target dot file, and we are going to get the first file. Now if the file is defined, then we can make set open tool to false, and let's console to check if it's working or not. So let's write it is working. Now let's save and go back here. So let's go with this image, and in the console we should get a message that it is working. So this function is working. Now let's continue writing this function. Now before going further, we need to make the image component so that we can insert in our div. So let's go below, and here we can define our image component, and like this. Now this image component will get some props. So first will be image URL, second will be file, and also define their types. So image URL will be a type of string, second file, so file will be a type of file, and then return. Inside that we can have a div. Now this component will have a state, and this state will store the current value of the image URL. So we can write const current image URL, set current image URL is equals to use state, type would be string, and initial value will be image URL. Now this div will have a class name, and that would be py3. Inside this div we are going to have one more div, and inside that we are going to have an image tag. Now the source will be current image URL, and alt value will be image. Now add a class name here, so class name will be max w full, and it would be 450 pixels. Now below this image tag we are going to have one more div with the class name of text center, text sm, max w of mg mx auto, and in this we can have a p tag, and here we can provide a data p placeholder, and this will be equals to type caption for image. Now below this div we are going to have one more p tag, and we are going to have the same data placeholder, and this will be equals to dot dot dot. Now let's go above, and inside this function first we are going to get local image URL, and this will be equals to URL dot object create object URL, and then we can pass our file, and then we can have our image component is equals to image component, and we can pass the image URL, which will be local image URL, and file will be file. And now we are going to insert this image component after the caret position. So we are going to use the append child method. So first we are going to create a wrapper div, and for that we are going to use the create root method from React DOM. So we can write const wrapper div is equals to document dot create element, and this will be a div, so we can write div, and then we are going to define root using the create root. So we can have root is equals to create root, and then we can pass our wrapper div. Now we are going to import create root from React DOM, from create React DOM/client, and we can import create root. After that, we are going to render this root. So we can write root.render, and we can pass the image component. After that, we are going to append this wrapper div inside the content editable div. So we can write content editable ref.current.append child, and then we can pass a wrapper div here, and that's it. Now let's save and go back to browser. Let's get an image over here. As you can see, now we have our image right before here. Okay, we can have one more image here. Let's go with this, and now as you can see, we have one more image over here. Now you might have noticed that the position of this button is not correct. As you can see, right over here, and the button position is here. So to solve this, we can go over here and we can add plus window dot scroll x, and here we can add plus window dot scroll y. Now let's save and let's add image, and if I write something here now, as you can see, now my button position is correct. Let's add one more image, and as you can see, if I write something here, hi, my button got here. So we need to make a small change inside our get correct position function. Okay, so that now this is working. And one more thing, let's go here and make this cursor pointer, this and this one. And now that we have our image over here, right now the image URL is the local image URL. So if I upload something like this and inspect it, you can see the image URL is the local image URL. So this will be the initial image URL whenever a user upload an image. After that, we will start uploading our image to the server, and after we successfully uploaded our file to the server, we will get a new image URL, and then we are going to set the new image URL right here. Okay, so for that we are going to write a new function here to upload our file, and then we are going to change the current image URL here. So let's do that. Now let's start writing code for our image upload, and for the image storage on the cloud, we are going to use Cloudinary services. So from the Cloudinary, get the cloud name and the upload project. I have already made a video to how to get these values, so you can go and check that video. I'll put the link in the I button. Now go to the Cloudinary and get the cloud name and upload project and save inside the env.local file. After that, we are going to make another folder for actions, and inside that we are going to write code to upload our image. So we can write cloudinary.ts. So now here first we need to import NextJs, and then we can start writing our function. So we are going to export our function and export const image upload from data, and the type will be form data. Now we are going to get file from our form data, so we can write const file is equals to form data dot get, and the name is file as file. Now after that we are going to append the form data with upload preset, so we can write form data dot append and then upload preset, and we are going to get our value from our env file, so we can write process dot env dot next public cloudinary upload preset, and now this should be a string, so we can wrap it inside a backtick here, and this should be fine. Now after that, first we are going to check if we have file or not, so we can write if we don't have the file, then we are going to throw an error, throw new error, then we can have a message here that image not found to upload. After that, if we do have the file, then we are going to make a cloudinary upload URL, so we can have cloudinary upload URL, and this will be equals to https://api.cloudinary.com/v1_1/ then we are going to have our cloud name, so we can copy this from here and then change this to cloud name, and then /image upload. Since we are uploading images, that's why we are using image over here. If you want to upload video, you need to use video over here. Now that we have our cloudinary upload URL, next we are going to use NextJs to upload our image to the cloudinary. So we are going to use try and catch block here. Then we are going to write const response is equals to await xcs.post method. Now first we are going to pass the cloudinary upload URL, then we are going to pass the form data, and then we can have the headers. So content type will be multi-part form data, so we can write multi-part form data. After that, we are going to return the URL from response, so we can return response.data.url. Also return the secure URL, both are same. Now if we get any kind of error, we are going to first console that error. Okay, so we can write error uploading to cloudinary. After that, we can throw error. Now let's save and go back to our new story component. Now let's use our image upload function to upload our files to the cloudinary, and then we are going to update our current image URL. So let's define a function which will be const update image URL, and this will be an async function. Now inside that we are going to use try and catch block, and first we are going to make a form data, so that const form data is equals to new form data. Then we are going to append the file inside the form data, so that form data dot append, the name will be file, and we can have our file here. And then we are going to call our image upload function. So we are going to call our image upload function, and then we can pass the form data here. Now this function is a asynchronous function. That means this will give us a promise. So we are going to use the .then method, and from here we are going to get our secure image URL, and we are going to set the correct image URL to the secure image URL. So we can write set current image URL to the secure image URL. Now in the catch block we are going to console the error. We can write error uploading the, and now let's invoke our function here, and for that we are going to use a use effect. So now inside the use effect we are going to invoke our function, which is update image URL, and the dependency will be the image URL. And now let's upload a new image here. So let's upload this one. And right now, as you can see here, the image src is the local image src, and after some time this will change to, as you can see, this has changed to the Cloudinary image URL, which is the secure image URL from the Cloudinary. And now if I copy this and open it a new tab, you can see this is the image that we are getting from the Cloudinary. So we were successfully able to do this task, which is, first we are showing the local image URL here until the image are uploaded to the Cloudinary, and after the image is successfully added to the Cloudinary, we are showing the new image URL inside the image tag. So this is working. Now we are going to work on the next component, which is the divider. So let's go here. Below this our image component, we are going to make component here name divider, and this will not take anything here. We're just going to return here, make a div, and give this a class name of py3 and w full. Then inside that make one more div, give this a class name as well, text center, flex item center, justify center, and then we are going to make this content editable false. And now inside this div we are going to have our icon, so we can go above and copy this and paste here and make the size to 32 and close this. Now below the div we are going to have our p tag, so we can copy this and paste here, and we can write your text. Now let's save and let's see what it is looking like. So below the p tag we can have our divider, and now save and go back to our browser, and this is looking like this. Okay, and now let's make a function to add this divider. So cut from here and go above and make one more function. Just below this we can write const insert divider. So inside the function first we are going to get our component. So write const divider component is equals to divider, Now we are going to set open tools to false. After that, let's create the wrapper div here, and here pass the divider component. After that, we are going to append our editable div, and that's it. Now this will be called when we click on this icon, so we can write on click handler insert divider. Now let's save and go back to our browser. Now let's try to add a divider here. As you can see, we were able to add our divider. Now let's try one more time. As you can see, this is the second divider. So this is working. And now the only component that is left to do is to work on the code block here, so that when we click on this, when we click on this, we will be able to add a code block here. Although it will not be same like this, we will use text area to write our code, and then we will display our highlight.js code. And for copy and pasting the code, we will make a button over here so that we can paste the copied code inside our code block. So this will look like something like this, and here you will have a text area and a button, so you can write your code or either paste your code here. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So let's add a code block here, and as you can see, now we have our code block here, and either you can write here const hello, and as you can see, as I'm writing here, the theme is being applied here. You cannot directly copy and paste inside the text area due to the content editable div. This will look something like this. So in order to do that task, I have added a button over here. So you just need to click on this if you have any copied code, and just click on this, and this will paste your code right below this. Okay, so as you can see, now we have our code here, and this also have the theme over here, which is the JavaScript. Now you can change the theme to Python or Java. Okay, so this is how we are going to add a code block, and this is how we are going to work on this. One more thing, that when we render this code block, we will not show the text area and also this select. We will only show the code over here with the selected theme. So this is what we are going to make now for our code block. So let's get started, and below we are going to make one more component name code block. Now since I have told that in our code block we are going to use highlight.js, you can go to the official website and learn about this, about uses and demos. So let's first make three states here. That would be language, code, and the highlighted code. So at const language, this will be the selected language, set language is equals to use state, and this will be a type of string, and initial value will be JavaScript. We are going to have code, that means the written code here, and this will be a type of use state, and this will be a type of string as well, and initial value will be an empty string. Then we are going to have the highlighted code, set highlighted code use state, and this will be a type of string as well, and initial value will be empty string. Now we are going to define a function. so that we can change the language using select. So that const handle language change. Now this will have an event, and the type of event will be react.change-event HTML select event. So react.change event, and this will be HTML select element. Now inside this function we are going to set language to be event.target.value. Now after this function we are going to add one more function, that would be handle code change function. So that const handle code change function. Now this function will have an event, and the type of event will be react.change event, and this will be HTML text area element. Now first we are going to write event.prevent default, then we are going to set code to the event.current.target.value or an empty string. After that we are going to define handle paste function, so that handle paste function. Now inside that we are going to use try and catch block, and first we are going to get the clipboard data. So that const clipboard data, and this will be equals to await navigator dot clipboard dot read text. After that we are going to set code to the clipboard data. If you want to keep the code from the text area and also add the copied data, you can write it something like this, which will be previous code. So we can write previous plus clipboard data. So the user will be able to write as well as paste the data here. Now we can console the error here, and after that we are going to use effect to highlight our code. So we can write use effect, then anonymous function, write const highlight, and remove this. So highlighted will be equals to HLJS. So we need to import this from highlight.js. So first let's install the highlight.js, npm I highlight.js, and let's import the highlight.js here. Import HLJS highlight.js, and also I'm going to use the GitHub theme here. So we can write import highlight.js /styles/github.css and save. Now let's go below, and we can write hljs dot highlight, and inside that first we are going to pass the code, and second we are going to have the language. So this will be the language, and then we can ignore the illegals. So we can write ignore illegals to true, and then we can have the value. So we can have the value of this highlighted code. After that we are going to set the highlight code and pass the highlighted code, and also let's add the dependency array. So this will be the language, code, and highlighted code. Okay, So with that we have completed all our functions and the use effect. Now we are going to return, and inside that let's make a div. Now give this a class name and w will be full. Inside this we are going to have one more div. Give this a class name, pros w full, relative bg will be gray 50, I think, rounded md, rounded sm, p5, focus, outline none. After that, inside this we are going to have one more div, and inside that we are going to have a select. Now give this content editable to false, then gives this a class name, and that would be bg gray 100, border dotted, border of 2 pixels, rounded sm, p of 1, text neutral 700. Then we are going to have a default value, and that would be language. Then on change handler, and we are going to call the handle language change function. Now inside the select we are going to have options. So inside the options we are only going with the 3 options, but you can add some more here. So first option will be the JavaScript, so we can write JavaScript and here JavaScript. Duplicate this. Second will be Python, and this will be Java, Python and Java. After that, below this div we are going to have our text area. Remove all this, and this text area content editable will be false. Add a class name over here, focus, outline none, p2 and w full, then on change handler, and this will call handle code change function, and also on paste handler, and this will call handle paste function. And we can self close this text area. Now below this we are going to have a button. So inside the button we are going to have clipboard paste icon, clipboard paste icon from loosely react, and on click handler, and this will call handle paste function. Actually we do not need this here. Remove this, and let's give this a class name. So class name will be absolute top to right to and cursor pointer. And lastly, below this button we are going to have a div in which we are going to render our code. Let's set the class name here. So we are going to write it like this, and we can write language and then selected language, text base, block overflow auto, py3, p3, focus, outline none. Then we are going to render our code. So for that we are going to use dangerously set inner HTML underscore underscore HTML, and that will be equals to highlighted code. After that we are going to add a style here, and inside that white space will be wrap. Now let's go above and we are going to write the insert code block function. So that const insert code block and here we are going to do the same. So copy this and paste here. This will be code block component and this will be equals to code block. After that copy this and paste here, and this will be the code block component. Now let's go below and here add on click handler, and this will call the insert code block function. Now let's save and go back to our browser, and we have our code block, and as you can see this will be inside our content editable div. As you can see this is our editable div and this is inside this. Now let's try to write something. Const hello world. So this is working. As you can see here we can write our code and we can also paste our code. And right now I have made this div content editable false, so the user will not be able to edit this particular div. But let's remove this so that user can edit this, and also user will be able to do some styling here. Like this. Okay, now one more thing that we forgot to add our p tag here. So go above and copy this and then paste here. Now let's save, and now when I add the code block here, okay, this should be outside this div. So let's add the code block here, and this is our new text. And if I delete this, you can easily delete this code block. Okay, so with that we have completed all tasks related to the story writing, and now we are going to save this story dynamically. That means the story will save automatically when a user write or add some pictures or code here. Okay, so we are going to write a function to auto save this story. So let's go, and here we are going to write our auto save function. Now before writing our auto save function, let's go to the API and new story, and here we are going to write our patch function, which we are going to use to auto save our story. So we can write export async function, and this will be a type of patch. Request will be next request, and from request first we are going to get our body await request.json, and from body we are going to get two things, and that would be story id and content. So we can write const story id and content, and this will be coming from our body. Now let's check if we have both of these or not. So we can write a story id and content. If any of these, this should be or. So if any of these is not present, then we are going to throw a new error saying that missing fields. Now after that, first we are going to get our story using story id. So that const story is equals to await prisma dot story dot find unique, and here, and where condition id would be story id. Now after that, if we don't have a story, then we are going to throw a new error and a message that no story were found. After that, we are going to use try and catch block, and we are going to update our database. So we can write await prisma dot story dot update where id is story dot id, and now the data would be content. That's it. And then we can return our response. So return next response dot json and a message that successfully saved the story. And we can also return Next.js next response dot error here. Now let's save and go back to our new story, and here we are going to write our handle save function to auto save our story. And also we can do one more thing, that here we can check for the user. So copy this and paste here. This way an unsigned user will not be able to edit our story. So let's save and go back to our new story. Now let's define one more state here. So just fill this, make one more state that would be saving, and set saving is equals to use state, and it will be a type of boolean, and initial value will be false. Now we are going to define our function, but first let's define a debounce function. So let's define our debounce function, and it will look something like this. So now let's define our handle save function, which will be the main function to save our story. So we can write const. Actually, you can go to the GitHub and copy this function. So that const handle save function. Now this function will be a type of async function, and inside that we are going to get the content from our content editable div. So we can write const content is equals to content editable ref dot current dot inner html. After that, we are going to make set saving to true and then we are going to use the try and catch block here. Now inside the try block we are going to use NextJs to patch our data. First we are going to provide the API endpoint, which will be API/new story. After that we are going to provide our data. So data will be story ID and then content. Now this story ID we are going to get it from the page.tsx. So let's define here the story ID, and this will be a type of string. Now here we can destructure that story ID, and now let's go to the page.tsx and we can have our story ID here, params.story ID. Now let's save and go back to new story. After that we can console and we can write saved, or we can console our error here, error in saving. Lastly we need to make the set saving to false again. Okay, and now we are going to use this handle save function. So let's go below. After this, let's go below to show if our story is saving or not. For that, below this main tag we are going to add a p tag, give this a class name, and this will be absolute minus top 16 opacity 30. And now inside that, if saving is true, then we are going to show saving, otherwise we can write saved. Now let's save and go back to our browser, and as you can see we have saved written over here. Now in this page we do not require the search bar or this button, so we can go to here and copy our navbar.tsx and paste it here. Now here we are going to rename it to navbar story and this too. Now since we do not require the search bar, we can remove this, and also we can remove this one. Instead of that, we are going to have a button over here that would say publish. Now give this button a class name, so this would be flags, item center, opacity 90, and on hovering we are going to get the opacity 100. After that, duration will be of 100 milliseconds. Ease in cursor pointer, and the background color will be BG green 600, and on hovering we are going to make it to BG green 700. Then we are going to make the rounded full px3 py1 text of 13 pixels and text white. Now let's save and go back to the page.tsx, and now here we are going to have navbar story and save it and go back to our browser, and we can move this a little bit above. So this right now this is 64 pixels, we can move it something like 70 pixels or maybe 72 pixels. So now this is good. Now let's try to write something over here. So we can write first story Now we are going to save this one, and this is not changing. Okay, so this is not saving, and I think the problem here is that we are not using this function. So let's go below here, and in this use effect, so when we are writing something and calling this function, we are also going to call the debounce save function. Now let's save, and this should be enough. So let's write again first story. Now subscribe, and we are getting the 500 internal error, but this is working. So let's see what error we are getting here. No story were found. So we are getting no story were found. So let's go here, and no story were found. Let's try to console our story id, clg story id, and let's see what kind of story id we are getting here. So let's try it again. Subscribe, and this time we're getting this story id, so we should get our story over here. Let's go to the Prisma Studio, and this is the story. Okay, so this is a different story id. So what we can do here, let's create a different story. So let's create one more story over here. So now let's try to write our first story. So we can write first story, welcome. So as you can see, we are seeing saving, and then after it is saved, we are getting saved written over here. And let's see if we have content over here or not. As you can see, I have made another story, and this story has a content. Let's expand this, and this is the content that we are getting from here. Now as you can see right now, the autosave function is only applicable to the input behavior here. So when we write something, this will be autosaved, but when I try to add the divider or maybe an image, this will not autosave. As you can see here, we do not have any kind of image over here. Let me expand this a little bit more. We do not have any kind of image over here. So let's apply the autosave function to these three buttons as well. So we can write our handle save function just here, handle save function, and for the insert code block, we are not going to add the handle save function here, because when a user insert a code block, it will be empty and it is foolish to actually save that code block if it's empty. So when a user writes something inside that, it will automatically be saved. Now for the image, we are going to pass our handle save function here, handle save function, and let's go below, and here we can add our handle save. Now let's define its type, handle. This will be a type of anonymous function that will return a word. and now we can add it here. So after updating the URL, we can just call our handles here function. Okay, and now one more thing, that right now if I refresh this, you'll see nothing, although we already have some data over here, content. So we need to fetch our story content first and then display over here, and then continue with the rest. So we can do that by making a server action. So let's create a server action over here. Get stories.ts. First we are going to write use server, and then below that we are going to define a function. This will be a simple function. So first we are going to export our function. So export const get stories by id. Now first this will be a asynchronous function, and we will have the story id here, and this will be a type of string. After that, let's import our Prisma. So import Prisma from /app/prismadb, and first we are going to check if we have our story id or not. If we don't have a story id, then we are going to throw new error, do not have story id. After that, we can use a try and catch block, and we can write const story by id is equals to await prisma dot story dot find unique where the id is story id. Now we are going to return the story by id, so we can write the response, and the response will be story by id, and here we can return error, and this would be error on getting the story id. So now let's save and go back to our new story.tsx. So let's use another use effect, since we do not want to interfere with these functions. This will only work once, and this will fetch our data. So we can write const fetch story data, or you can write story by id, and this will be a asynchronous function, and inside that write const maybe story is equals to await get story by id, and then inside that we are going to pass the story id. I think we should have the story id over here, and this one. So we are going to pass it here, and then we are going to set our story to a state. So we can make our state just below here, const story set story use state, and the type will be story from Prisma client. Now let's set story to the story dot response, and actually we can write something like this: if the story dot response is available, then we are going to write it like this. And actually we can wrap everything inside a try and catch block. So we can move it like this, and if we have any kind of error we can just console that error for now. Error fetching the story. Now we are going to call our fetch story by id. So there is a typo mistake. Let's make this a story, and this one capital and this one's too. So if we have story, then we are going to render that content here inside the div. So we can write div, and here we are going to use dangerously set in an HTML underscore HTML, and we are going to get our data from story dot content. So if we have the story and if we have the story dot content, then we are going to do this. Otherwise we are going to just render these tags. And now let's save and go back to our browser, refresh the page. Now we should get our data over here. Okay, the node to be removed is not a child of this node. So we are getting this kind of error. So let's try a different way. I'm not going to use this. Okay, and this will be only story content that I'm going to get from the page. So let's copy this and go above, and here we are going to define the story content. This will be string, null, and undefined. And now let's go to page.tsx. We are going to call our function to get story. Wait, get story by id, then pass the story params.story id and make this a sync function. We can make our server function to be a sync function. So now we can get our story, and then we can pass it here. So story content, this will be equals to story dot response. So this should be content. So let's save and go back to here. We are still getting the error here. Story content. Okay, so now let's destructure. So now let's add our story content here, and now we should not get any kind of error here. And now let's save and go back to our browser. As you can see, this is working this time, and we also have our previous content, and now we can add new content, new line, and this will save. As you can see, this has been saved. And if I go to the Prisma, refresh the page, as you can see, we will have written over here new line. So this is working now. So now let's add our image over here. Let's go with this image, and right now this is the local image URL. This is new image URL, and this should be saving now, but this is not saving. Let's go here and check if it's saving or not. So this is saving, but the local image URL, which is not good. So let's go back here, and we can change a little bit here. So in order to save the changes after image upload, we need to add a wait here, and also instead of passing handle save here function, we're going to pass debounce handle save, and this way we will be able to save the changes after the file is uploaded to the Cloudinary. Add the image over here, and you will see that after some time this will start saving, and as you can see it's saved, and it was saving and then it is now saved. And if I refresh the page, I should get my image, and also as you can see this is the cloud image URL. Let's add one more image over here. This time we can go with this one. As you can see it was saving and then saved. Refresh the page, and as you can see now this URL is also our cloud URL. So now after that, what we are going to do is we are going to publish our story here. So first let's write a good story. So I think this should be enough. Let's also add a code block here. Okay, so we are going to add this code block, and I'm going to paste this code over here, and I think this should have also been saved. Let's So if I refresh, okay, the code part is not saving. So let's go here, and so we need to pass the handle save function here as well. So we can have handle save, and this will be a type of a function which will return a void. Now we are going to invoke our handle save function after this, and let's pass the handle save function, or you can say the debounce function here. So handle save function will be debounce handle save function. Now let's save, and now we should be able to add our code blocks. So we have our code block here, and after that I can paste my code, and let's say if it's saved or not. So as you can see, if I refresh the page, this is still there. That means it has been saved. So this is working. So now that our code block is being saved, let's remove the pros from here. We don't want here anymore, and save it. So this way we will be able to add a code block here, and this will take whole width over here. Okay, and now if I paste my code over here, as you can see this is also taking the whole width. So this is looking good. Earlier this was taking only this much width, which was not very good. So now let's refresh it, and let's see if it's have saved or not, and as you can see this has been saved. So with that we are done with our story writing and saving. Now we are going to publish our story. So let's work on our publish button. So now let's go to the navbar story.tsx, and here we are going to define the props. First we are going to get story ID. This will be a type of string. Then we are going to get the current user ID, and this will be a type of string. After that we are going to get the current user first name, and this will be a type of string or null. Similarly we are going to get the last name, and this will be a type of string and null. Now let's structure them here. Story ID, current user first name, current user last name, and current user ID. Now here we do not need this function. Instead we are going to define one more state, and that would be show popup. Set show popup is equals to use state. Initial value will be false and the type will be boolean. After that let's define our publish story function. So const publish story, and this will be a asynchronous function, and the parameter that it will take is topics, and this will be a. After that we are going to use a try and catch block here, and inside the try we are going to have const response is equals to await xcs dot patch, and this time the API endpoint will be /API/publish new story, and we are going to pass the story ID and topics. And now we are going to push the user to a different page. So we are going to push the user to a new page, will be /published / and we can write response.data.id. Then inside the catch block we can console the error publishing the story, and then error. Now with that done, below this div we are going to have show popup. So if the show popup is true, we are going to show a new component that will be save story pop up, then close it. Now let's make this component here. Const save story popup, okay, we are also going to return it here. Now this component will have some props here as well, so we can write type save story popup types, and inside that first we are going to get a story ID. This will be a type of string. Then we are going to have publish story function, and this will be anonymous word function. Then we are going to have set show pop up, and this will be react dot dispatch react dot set action, set state action, to boolean. Then we are going to have the current user ID, first name and last name, so we can copy that from here and paste here. Now we can add these types here, so we can write save story pop-up types, and then we can write story ID, publish story, set show pop-up, current user first name, current user ID, current user last name. Now let's add them here. So first is the story ID, and that would be equal to the story ID, then publish story, and that would be equals to the publish story. Then set show pop-up to set show pop-up. Then we are going to have current user first name, which will be equals to current user first name, then current user last name, and current user ID. So this will take a param which will be topics, and this will be a type of string array. And now as you can see, we do not have any kind of errors here. Okay, so let's save and go to the page.tsx, and here we are going to provide the props. Now let's get our current user here. For that we are going to define one more action here, which will be user.ts, not ys, it will be ts. Inside that, first we are going to import auth from Clerk Next.js and Clerk client. After that, first we are going to define a function that would give us the current user ID. So we can write export const get current user ID. Inside that we can write const user ID is equals to auth, and then we are going to return our user ID. After that we are going to make one more function, and that would give us the current user. So we can write get current user, and this will be a synchronous function. And here first we are going to get our user ID, which will be the current user ID. Then we are going to check if we have user ID or not. If we don't have the user ID, then we are going to throw a new error, and we can write no current user found. After that we are going to get the user, so we can write const user await clerk client dot get user dot users dot get user, and inside that we have to pass the user ID. And lastly we are going to return our user. So let's get here, and we can write const user is equals to await get current user, and then we can pass the values here. So first will be the current user ID, and that would be user dot ID, and then we are going to pass the current user first name, so we can write like this, and then we are going to write current user last name, and this will be the same like this dot last name. Now we have some problem. So story ID, yes, one more thing that we need to pass the story ID here, which will be the params dot story ID. Now let's save and save this file as well. and this one as well, and go to the browser, and if I refresh the page, as you can see, I'm getting this kind of error. And if I open the console, I'll be getting the same error here again. We just need to go to the user and make this a server component, and that would resolve our issue. Okay, so this is working. Now let's try to use it here and see if it's working or not. So let's just write current user first name. So when we click on this publish button on click handler, you want to change the show pop-up state. So we can write set show pop-up to reverse value, and the word is not as okay, so we need to write it something like this. Okay, now let's save and go back here, and let's wait. And now if I click on the publish, you can see I'm getting my first name. So as you can see, this is working, and now we have our current name. Now let's remove this and continue with our component. And first we are going to get our story by its ID. So we can write const story and set story is equals to use state type will be story, and after that we are going to use effect to fetch our story data. So inside that, let's make a function, and this will be a synchronous function to fetch our data. So we can write const fetch story by id. This will be an async. Inside that, we are going to use try and catch block. Inside the try, we are going to get the result is equals to await get story by id. Then we are going to pass the story id. After that, if the result response is present, then we are going to set story to result.response. Otherwise we are going to catch the error, so we can write error fetching the story data, and we can have our error here. After that, we are just going to call our fetch story function. After that, we are also going to add some topics here. So we are going to make one more state, which will be const selected options topics set selected topics use state, and the type will be string array. Now since we are going to use the select here, we need to define some options here, which will be the topics. I'm defining our topics statically, but you can do that dynamically if you want to. You can make another table for topics, and then you can fetch your data from there, and then you can loop it inside the React select to make it more dynamic, so that a user will be able to add their own topics and then they can select. Okay, so you can do that, but I'm in this case going with the static options. So const topics, and this will be an array. Inside that, we are going to have object which will contain the value. Let's say it is artificial intelligent, and then label would be same. Let's duplicate this, and this time this will be, and lastly we are going to have politics here. And after that, inside this div, let's give this a class name, fix bg gray 50 w full z20 overflow auto top 0 left 0 right 0 and bottom 0. Then inside that we are going to have a span, and this will contain our icon so that we can close our pop-up. So on click handler, and on clicking we are going to set show pop-up to false. After that, add a class name over here, absolute. Okay, this is I think good. Now let's save and check if it's working or not. So when we click on this, we have a pop-up here, and this will cover all the screen, and the BG will be BG50, Z50, and okay. If you want to give this opacity, you can give. Now let's also add here one more thing, which will be e.prevent default, and e will be here. So this will just disable all the default actions on this button. And after that, below this span we are going to have a div. Give this div a class name of max width of 900 pixels, mx auto, md empty 28, empty 10, grid, md grid calls 2, grid calls 1, and then gap will be of 14. Now inside this div we are going to have one more div, and give this a class name of max md of hidden, and after that inside the div we are going to have a p tag. Give this a class name of font semi bold, and we can write story preview. After that, below this p tag we are going to have a div. Give this div a class name w full h of 250 pixels, bg gray 100, rounded, and then my3, and border b of 1 pixels. And inside this we are going to show the preview of the first image inside our story. So we can get our image from our story data here that we have fetched from get story by id. So we can go below this and we can get our image src. So here we are using the regex to get all the src inside an array, and from that we are going to get the first src. So we can write const image src, and this will be equals to if image match is available, then we are going to have image match and first value, otherwise an empty string. And also we are going to check if we have story or not. If we don't have story, then we are going to return null. Now let's go below and here we can write. If we have image src, then we are going to show an image over here. Get the image from next image. src will be image src. Width will be of 250 pixels and height would be 250 pixels. Alt will be preview image. Now let's save and go back here. Now if I click on this, so we need to add the host name inside the next image in our next config. So let's go below, and here inside the next.config.mjs we are going to have images, and then inside that we are going to have the remote patterns. So first we are having the clerk and then the kernel. Now let's save, and now we should not have any kind of problem here. So now when I click on this, the story preview and the image over here, let's go to our navbar story and give this a class name. W will be full, H will be full, and object cover. And as you can see, this image is covering all the space. Now after this we are going to show the heading and description. So below this div we are going to have h1 tag and give this a class name. Border b of 1 pixels. Text would be of 18 pixels. Font semi-bold, py2. And now let's get our h1 element. So let's go above, and we are going to get our h1 tag like this. So here as well I'm using some regex. You can copy these regex from my GitHub. After we get the h1 tag array, we are going to get the first element of the h1 tag, and then we are going to show it here. Then we are going to have the p tag, and this will show the description. So here we are going to get the first 10 or 20 words from our story content except for the h1 tags. Okay, so we can write it like this. So this is how we are going to get our first 10 words from our content. So let's add some comments here. h1 tag for heading, first 10 words for description, and image src for image preview. Okay, now let's go below, give this p a class name, border b of 1 pixels, py2, text sm, text neutral of 500, pt3. Then we are going to have our first 10 words, and now below this we are going to have one more p tag. Give this a class name, font medium, text sm, pt2. Inside that we can write this. Okay, now let's save and let's see what it is looking like. So as we can see, this is going to be look like this. As you can see in the heading, we are getting some HTML tags. So let's remove that. So what we are going to do is, so we are going to strip the HTML tags from h1. So we can write const h1 element without tag strip HTML tag and pass the h1 element. And now we can write h1 element without tag. Now let's save. And as you can see, we have our heading over here. So this is how the story preview is going to be look like before publishing. And now here we are going to add our React select to select some topics for our story. Below this div, we are going to have one more div, and inside that we can have a p tag. Give this a class name of py2, and inside that we're going to write publishing to, then another span, and inside that we can have our current first name and the current user last name. Then below that p tag, we are going to have one more p tag. Give this a class name text sm pb3 pt1, and then we can write inside that this add or change topic, okay, up to 5. And now below that we are going to have a select. Now we are going to get it from React select. Let's go above and import the select from React select, and now here define the properties. So inside the select, first we are going to have placeholder. So placeholder will be tags. Then we are going to have is multi-true so that we can select multiple tags. Then we are going to have onChange handler, and inside that we are going to define a function. So we can have selected values, and then inside this function, and inside this function we are going to get the value from this object. Okay, since as you can see here in options we have object, and inside the object we have value, so we only need the value here. For that, first we are going to write const values is equals to selected values, and this will be a type of value which will be a string, then label, and this will be a string as well, and then array. So this will become an array of object. After that we are going to get the string values, so that const string values is equals to value dot map, and we have value as an argument, and from the value we are going to get value. So this will give array of values which is strings. Now we are going to set the selected topics, so let's set selected topics, and then we can pass the string values. After that, below this we are going to have is option disabled, and here we are going to define a new function. So if the selected topics dot length is greater than or equal to 5, then we are going to make this disabled. Let's go. So is possible, so this is giving an error, this is possibly undefined. So let's go above and let's provide here an empty array. Okay, after that name will be topics, then options will be topics, then class name will be basic multi select, then class name prefix will be add a topic. Now let's save and go back to the browser. And now as you can see, we have our text select over here and we have our options, so we can select our topics from here. Now we are going to add a publish button here so that we can publish our story. So below this we are going to add a button. On click we are going to invoke our publish story function, and here we are going to pass the selected topics. Now give this button a class name of px4 py2 bg green of 600 hover bg green of 700 rounded full text white text sm and empty 8. Inside that we can write publish now. And now with that done, we are going to define an API to publish our story. So let's go inside our API and we can make one more folder named publish new story. I think this should be the same as this one, publish new story. Okay, and inside that make a file name route.ts. Now first here we need to import the Prisma and next response and next request here. After that we are going to write a function that would be export async function, and this will be a type of patch request, and this will be a type of next request. After that, inside that, let's get our story ID and topics. So we can write const story ID and topics, and this will be equals to await request dot json. Now after that we are going to first check if we have the story ID or not. So if we don't have the story ID, then we are going to throw a new error, and here we can pass a message that would be no story ID was found. After that we are going to get the story using our story ID, await prisma dot story dot find unique, and here the where condition will be id is equals to story ID. Now if we don't find the story, then we are going to throw a new error, and this will be saying no story was found. After that we are going to use the try and catch block. Inside the try block we are going to update our story, so that const updated story, and that would be equals to await prisma dot story dot update, and here we can first provide the where condition, that would be id, and this will be equals to story.id. Then the data, so data would be publish to true, and also we are going to add the topics, and that would be equals to topics. After that, return next response .json. Inside that we can have our updated story, and here we can console our error and return next response .error. Now let's save, and before publishing our story, let's go here and make one more folder name published, then one more folder, and that would be story id, then page.tsx, and then we can go here and we can copy this and paste, and we can paste it here, then return empty div, and we can have our params dot story id. So I think this should be enough. Let's go to our application and let's try to publish our story. So now let's publish it. So this is the preview of our story, and now let's add some tags over here. So this will be artificial intelligence, Python, and programming. And now let's publish. So after publishing, I'll be get. So first we are going to add a neighbor here. So import neighbor and then add it here. After that we are going to get our story which is published, and also the author of the story. So we are going to make two more actions over here. First we are going to get to the stories, and here we are just going to copy and paste it here, and we can write get story, and we can write get published story by id, and here we can add the condition publish to be true, and also in the users we are going to get the user. So we can copy this and paste here, remove this, we are just going to get the user, and here we are going to pass the user id. So this will be the user id, which will be a type of string. Remove this, and that's all. And now let's go to the publish page.tsx, and here first we are going to get our published story. So write const published story await get published story by id, then pass the story, then pass the params dot story id. After that we are going to check if we have the story or not. So we can write if you don't have the published story, then we are going to return a simple div, and inside that we can write no stories were found. Now if we do have the story, we are going to get the author of the story. So we can write const author is equals to await get user, and pass the published story dot response dot author id. So to remove this error, we can write if we have the publish.response. After that, we are going to make a component here, and that would be the render story. So now let's make it here. So inside the public directory, we are going to make a component that would be render story.tsx. And now let's import that here. Okay, now inside here we are going to define some props. First will be the author first name, this will be a type of string or null. Then author last name, and this will be a type of string and null as well. After that, we are going to get the author image, and this will be a type of string. Then published story ID, this will be a type of string as well. Now let's destructure them. Author first name, author image, author last name, and published story ID. Now let's go to the page.tsx and pass those values. So first will be the author first name, and this will be equals to author.first name. Then author image, and this will be equals to author.profile image URL. Then we are going to have author last name, and this will be equals to author.last name. Lastly, we are going to have published story ID, and this will be equals to published story dot response dot ID, and this should be enough. Now let's save, and now let's go back to the render story section. So here, just like before, we are going to get the h1 element. So let's go to the neighbor story, and here we can actually get the h1 element. Then go to the render story and paste it here. Now this will be the this will be okay. So I made a mistake over here. This should be the published story, and the type will be story, and then remove the ID as well. Now let's go to here, and we just need to pass the published story dot response, and here we can write published story. Okay, now we also need to get this function. So let's get this one and paste here. Now with that, we are going to have our h1 element for the heading. Now first give this div a class name, that would be flex item center, justify center, empty 6, max w of 800 pixels, mx auto. Now inside that, we are going to have one more div. Inside that, we can have h1 tag and give this a class name of text for Excel, font bold and my8. Inside that, we can have our h1 element without tag. So let's save and go back here, and as you can see, we have our heading over here. Okay, now we're going to get the author info here. So below the h1 tag, make one more div, give this a class name flex item center and space x5. Now inside this div we are going to have the image, and this will be from next image. Now give this image src, which will be the author image. Then give this a class name rounded full, width will be of 44 pixels, height will be 44 pixels, and alt will be user. Now below that we are going to have one more div, give this a class name of text.sm. Inside this div we are going to have a p tag. Here write author first name and author last name. After that we are going to have a span. Inside the span we can write dot follow and give this span a class name font medium text, write 400 cursor pointer. And now below this p tag we are going to have one more p tag, give this a class name opacity 60, and we can write the published on, and then we can have our date. So we are going to use an updated date for the published date. So we can write new date. Inside that we can have published story dot updated at, and then from that we are going to get the date string. Now we are going to split the date string by empty string, so and a space. After that we are going to slice it by 1,4 and then join using the empty string. Now let's save, and we should have as you can see we have now the author info. This is the image, name, published on, and the button which will be used for following this particular author. Now below that we are going to have one more div. So let's give this a class name border y of 1 pixel, border neutral 200, and py3 empty 6, flex item center, justify center, and px3. Now inside this div we are going to have one more div, give this a class name flex item center space x4. Now inside that we are going to have two functionality component. First will be for clap, so we can write clap component, and then second would be the comment component. Then below this div we are going to have one more div, give this a class name of flex item center space x4, and this will have the save component. Then we are going to have share component, and after that one button, This button will have icon more horizontal and give this size of 24, class name opacity 80, and text green of 800. Now let's make those component here. So first will be the clap component .ksx. Then second will be the comment component .ksx. Then save component .ksx, and here as well. Then lastly we are going to have share component .ksx. Now let's import all four of them here, and I think let's go here and make this capital C here and here as well. Now let's import this. So now let's save and go back to the browser. So now as you can see, after saving all the files, we have our functionality part. Now we are going to add the icons over here instead of this text and make them functional. So we are going to move one by one. First we are going to work on the clap component. We are going to make some new schemas here. Now the first model will be clap. So we can write clap, and for idle we can copy that from here and paste here and change this to clap. Now after that we are going to have the user ID, that would be a type of string. Then we are going to have the story ID, and this will be a type of string as well. Then make a relation, story relation, field will be story ID, and the reference will be ID, and on delete cascade. And now let's add our clap over here. So we can write clap, then clap, and then array. After that we are going to have comment ID, since we are also going to clap the comments, and this will be a type of string. After that we are going to make a relation. So let's first make our comment model. So that model comment, this will have this ID, change this to comment. Then we are going to have content, and this will be a type of string. Then we are going to have created at, this will be a type of date time, and default value will be now. Then we are going to have the user ID, and this will be a type of string. After that we are going to have story and its relations. So we can copy and paste here, and then add our comment over here, comments, comment, then array. After that we can have parent comment ID, parent comment ID, this will be a type of string, and this will be an optional. Then we are going to make a relationship with the comment, so we can use this relationship, and let's name it. So we can name like this, comment to comment, and on delete cascade. Now and now let's finally make the opposite relationship. For that we can write replies, and this will be the comments, and then we can specify the relation. So the relation will be comment to comment. So copy this and paste here. Now this will be, and now with that we will be able to comment to the comments. And now let's make our relationship of the clap to the comments. So we can write comment relation, field will be the comment ID, and then reference will be the ID, and on delete cascade. Now let's add our clap over here. So clap, and then array. And after that, lastly, we are going to have the clap count. So this will be a type of integer, and the default value will be 0. Now after the comment and clap, we are going to have the save model. So we can have save ID would be something like this. Change this to save. Then below that we are going to have the created at, which will be a type of date time. Default value will be now. Then we are going to have the user ID, and this will be a type of string. After that we are going to have the story ID and its relationship. So we can copy that from here and paste here. And now let's make the opposite relationship. So we can write save. Okay, this should not be here, this will be here. And now with that we do not have any kind of errors. And lastly we are going to have one more model for following. So that model following, inside that first we are going to have the ID, change this to following. After that we are going to have the follower ID, this will be a type of string, then the following ID, and this will be a type of string as well. And with that we are done with our model creation. Now let's push it to the database. So let's save first, and we're going to write npx prisma db push. And now as you can see our database is in sync now with our Prisma schema. So now with that done, we are going to start working on our clap component. First let's make this a client component. After that we are going to import use state and use effect here, and we are going to import XCS. Now after that we are going to define the props. So first will be the story ID, and this will be a type of string. After that we are going to have the clap count, and this will be a number. Then we are going to have the comment ID, and this will be optional, and type will be string. Now let's just structure them. Story ID, clap count, and comment ID. So now let's get our clap count for this particular story, and also the user clap count for this particular story. For that we are going to use the server action. So let's make one more file named clap.ts, and we are going to first write use server. After that, we are going to import the Prisma here from app/prismadb, get user from user. After that, first we are going to get the clap count for the story, so that export const clap count. Now first this will be an asynchronous function. After that, we are going to provide some parameters. First will be the story ID, and this will be a type of string. Then comment ID, this will be a type of string as well, but this will be an optional. Now inside that, we are going to use the try and catch block. First we are going to check if we have this comment ID or not. So if we don't have the comment ID, then what we are going to do, then we are just going to give the total claps on the story. So we can write that like this: const clap is equals to await prisma dot clap dot aggregate, and here we can provide the where condition, that would be story ID, comment ID, and that would be null. So that is because the clap count for the story will have a null comment ID. Now here we are getting some kind of problem that null is not assignable to type string filter clap. So let's go here and check what we have done wrong. So okay, the comment ID should be an optional. Same goes for, I think, here as well. Yes, it is already done. So now let's save and update our database as well. So like npx prisma db push, and this will generate a new prisma client for us. And now let's close this, and we should not get any kind of error now. So as I told before, that if we don't have the comment ID, then we are going to make the comment ID to null, so that we can only get the clap count on the story, not all the clap counts inside the story. That means also the comments clap. Okay, so now we have provided the where condition. Now we need to provide what we want from this. So we want the sum, not the count, the sum of the clap count. So we can write clap count, and this will be true. And now we are going to return our clap count. So we can write return. Now here I'm just returning the clap count. So I'm going to the clap, then sum, and then its clap count. Now if you do have the comment ID, then we are going to write const clap is equals to await prisma dot clap dot aggregate, and here the where condition will be changed a little bit, story ID, and then the comment ID. Okay, and now we are going to use the sum, and from that we are going to get the clap count true, and then we can return the same value. And if we have the error, we can return a 0. So now let's go to the entire story, and here we can get the clap counts. So that const clap count await get clap count, and here provide the publish story dot id, and remove this and make this a asynchronous function. Now let's provide the values. So first we are going to have the story ID, and that would be published story.id, then clap count, and this will be equals to clap counts. Now let's save, and let's render the clap count. Now let's save and go back to our browser, refresh the page. So now as you can see, we have the clap count for the story. Now we are going to get the clap count for the user. So let's go to the clap. Now this time we are going to write export const clap count by user, and this will be a asynchronous function. And now as the parameters, we are going to have the story ID and the comment ID. So we can have the story ID and the comment ID from here and pass it here. Now first we are going to get the user ID, so we can write get user ID. Let's go above what I have. Okay, this will be the user get current user ID. Okay, this will be the get current user ID, get current user ID, and this will be the user ID, and this will be the const. Now after that, if we don't have the current user ID, then we are going to throw a new error, and we can write no logged user. After that, if we have the user, then we are going to do the same. So we can just copy that from here and paste. Now the conditions will be changed a little bit. We are also going to have the user ID here, and okay, cannot find the user ID. Okay, and let's make this small so that we don't have to write 2 times over here. Similarly, we can have the user ID here as well. Now let's save and go back to the render story, and now we are going to get the clap count for by user, clap count by user. So that const user claps is equals to await clap count by user, and then we can pass the story ID, and then also let's pass the user claps over here, user claps, and let's add this to the clap component, and this will be a type of number. So let's save and save this as well, and let's see. Also let's add our user clap count here, user claps, and now as you can see, we have 2 zeros here. So with that, we can get the clap count for the story and also for the user for the particular story. Our props and the function is done. Now we are going to work for this particular component. So now in this component, we are going to write some functions. Now here we are going to make 3 states. First will be the current claps, current claps, set current claps, use state, type will be number, and the initial value will be clap count. Second, we are going to have the current clap by user, set current clap by user, and then use state, type will be number, and the initial value will be user claps. After that, we are going to have one more, that would be show pop-up, set show pop-up is equals to use state. It will be a type of boolean, and the initial value will be false. And now we are going to define when the pop-up will show. So for that, we are going to use a use effect. Now inside that, we are going to define the timeout function. So that const timeout is equals to set timeout, and inside the we are going to make the set show pop-up to false, and it will be after 1 seconds. And here we are going to clear the timeout, and pass the timeout, and the dependency for use effect will be show pop-up. So this value will be true when we are going to clap the story. Okay, and now we are going to define the function to clap the story as well as for the comment. So that const clap story comment or comment. Now this will be a asynchronous function. Now inside the function, first we are going to check if the current claps by the user is not more than 50. If it's more than 50, then we are not going to clap the story. So if the current clap by user is 50, equals to 50, then we are going to set show pop-up to true, and here we are going to return our function. Now if the current clap by user is less than 50, then he can clap, then user can clap more to the story. So first we are going to set the current clap by user, and we are going to increase its number by 1. So we can write set current clap by user, and we can have the current clap by user plus 1. After that, we are going to make the set show pop-up to true. Then we are going to use the try and catch block. Now in the try block, we are going to check if we have the comment ID or not. So if we don't have the comment ID, then we are going to use the different API endpoint. So that await NextJs.post API endpoint will be /API/clap, and in the data we can pass story ID. Now else we are going to go with the different API endpoint, which will be the comment API endpoint. So we can write await NextJs.post and the API endpoint will be API/clap comment, and the data will be story ID and then comment ID. Now after that, we can just console success here, and here we are going to first console the error. So error while clapping story or comment, and then pass the error. We are going to make the set current claps to current claps -1, or you can do this like this: previous value -1. Similarly, we can do the current clap by user, previous value -1. And one more thing that I forgot to increase the value for current claps. So current claps, or you can write previous value +1. This will both be the same. Okay, so now with that we are done with our functions and the states. Now we are going to work in our JSX. So first thing, we are going to have the button over here, and the on click event listener, and this will call the clap story or comment function. Give this a class name flex, item center, and relative. Now inside that we are going to have a span. Give this a class name, so we can write like this: absolute bottom 10, w 40 pixels, h of 40 pixels, bg black, rounded full, shadow 2xl, shadow neutral of 300, text white, flex item center, justify center, duration will be of 75 milliseconds, ease in, and if the show pop-up is true, then we are going to scale it to the 100, and bottom of 10, opacity of 100, and translate 5 to 0. Otherwise we're going to go with the scale 0, opacity 0, and translate 5 of 8. Inside that we can have the current claps by user. Now after that, below this span, we can write if the current clap by user is greater than 0, then we are going to show a different SVG, otherwise we are going to show a different SVG. Now I'm going to copy that SVG from my GitHub. So I have pasted the SVGs. So as you can see, this is the two SVGs that we are going to use. Now after that, below this we are going to add a p tag. Give this a class name, text sm, and opacity 60. Inside that we can have the current claps. Now let's save and go back to the browser, and as you can see, now we have the clap icon and its number, which is the current claps on this story. Now let's define our API endpoint so that we can clap this story. So go in the APIs. So inside API, make one more folder, name clap, then cloud.ts. Inside that, first we are going to get the Prisma from root/app/prismadb, then import auth from Clerk Next.js, then import next response and next request. After that, we are going to write a function which will be the export async function, and this will be a type of post function. We are going to have the request which will be a type of next request. Then inside this function, first we are going to get our user ID. So get the user ID from auth. Now we are going to check for the user ID. So if we don't have the user ID, we are going to just throw a new error. We can write no user found. And if we have the user, then we are going to use the try and catch block. First we are going to get a story ID from the request. So that const story ID is equals to await request.json. After that we are going to get the existing story, so that const story exist await prisma dot story dot find unique, and here provide the where condition which will be the ID, and ID is the story ID. Now if we don't have the existing story, then we are going to throw new error. So copy this and paste here, write no stories were found to clap. Now if we do have the story, then we are going to check for the clapped. So that const clapped is equals to await prisma dot clap dot find first where a story ID and the user ID is given. Now after that we are going to check if we have the clapped or not. So if we have the clapped and clapped dot clap count is less than 50, so we can write await prisma dot clap dot update. Now here first provide the where condition which will be the ID will be the clapped dot ID. Then we are going to provide the data, so data will be the clap count, clapped dot clap count plus 1, and then we are going to return next response dot json clap updated. Now if we don't have the clap, then we are going to make a new clap. So else we are going to write const clap story, because we are going to make our clap first time. Await prisma dot clap dot create, then data will be user ID, then story ID, and that would be the story exist dot ID. Then we are going to have the clap count which will be the 1. And lastly we are going to return next response dot json and clap created. Now in the catch we can just console the error clapping the story, then error here. After that we are going to return next response dot error. Now let's save and let's see if it's working or not. So let's refresh the page, and now if I click on this, So we are getting the 500 internal error. So let's open our terminal. And this is saying the invalid status code. So I think if we restart our server, this will go away. So now let's clap this, and as you can see, this is a success, and now we have one clap over here. One more time, and you can make it 7. Okay, now let's refresh, and we should get the 7 over here, and this is true. So with that, this is working. Now what we are going to do is we are going to work on the comment part, and also with that we will be working on the comment claps. Okay, now let's start working on our comment component, but before that, make this justify between. Okay, and now this should be looking like this. Okay, and now this should be looking like maybe this. Okay, now we are going to work on the comment component. So for the comment component, we are going to the comment component, and here let's first define some props. So as for the props, we are going to get 3 props here. First will be the author image, and this will be a type of string. Actually this is the URL. Then we are going to have the author first name. This will be a type of string or null, and last name. Now let's just structure them. Author first name, author image, and author last name. Now we can also pass the story ID here, since we are going to need it here. But instead of passing here, I'm going to use the path name to get my story ID, since here, as you can see, we have the path, and the last part is the story ID. So we are going to use the path name to get our story ID in this case, but you can obviously pass the story ID as a prop here. Okay, now after that, let's define some states. So first will be the side component. That means when we click on the icon over here, there will be a side component, and in which we are going to write our comments and see others comment. Okay, so write const show side component, set show side component, and this will be equals to use state. Initial value will be false, and the type will be boolean, and this will be the use state. Now after that, we are going to have the content. So we can write const content set content is equals to use state. Type will be a string, and initial value will be empty. After that, we are going to have the path name. So path name is equals to use path name, and from the path name we are going to get our story ID. So that const story ID is equals to path name dot split, and we are going to split like this. So this is correct, and you can remove this if you want to. Now after that, we are going to write a function to comment on our story. So that const comment story, and this will be like this. Try and catch block. In the try block, we are going to write await NextJs dot post, and then provide the endpoint, which will be API /API/ comment story, and then pass the data, and data will be the story ID and the content. Now let's make this a synchronous function. After that, we are going to set the content to empty string and then console this to success. And in the catch block, we can console our error. So we can write error while commenting on story. And now before going any further, let's define our API endpoint. So, but before that, let's get our author name and other things. So first will be the author name, and author name will be the current user. That means the user which is logged in here. Okay, so for that we are going to use the current user. So as you can see, we need to get our current user is equals to await get current user, and now we are going to use the current user. So we can write author first name will be the current user dot first name, then author image will be the current user dot image URL, and the author last name will be current user dot auth dot last name. And with that, this should be good. And here I want you guys to do something. Right now the author of this story can clap on this, okay, but I want you guys to add the condition here that the author of this story cannot clap this story, and the other users can clap this story. So this only thing that I want you to do in the clap component. And now let's write our API endpoint. So in the APIs, write comment story and then route.ts. Now here as well, we are going to get these three imports and paste here. Now we are going to define the post function for our comments. So we can write export const function, and this will be a type of post. Request will be a type of next request, and I think this should be async. Okay, and inside that, first we are going to check for the user, so we can get that from here. After that, we are going to use a try and catch block. Now first we are going to get the body from our request.json, and from the body we are going to get story ID and the content. So that const story ID and the content. Let's see what we are passing here. So we are passing the capital content. So copy and paste here, and this will be equals to body. Now after that, first we are going to check if we both have or not. So we can write if we have story ID or the content. So if any of these are not present, then we are going to throw new error, and inside that we can have a message that insufficient sufficient data. After that, we are going to check for the existing story. So that const existing story is equals to await prisma dot story dot find unique, and where condition will be id is equals to story ID. After that, we are going to check if we have or not. So if we do not have the existing story, then we are going to throw a new error that no stories were found to comment. After that, if we have the story, then we are going to comment on the story. Right, so that const new comment is equals to await prisma dot story dot create, and data will be user id I think, yes, author id, and this will be equals to user id. Then we are going to have the story id. Okay, this will be the comment. So this will be the user id, and then story id, and then content, and content will be content. Then we are going to return next response dot json and a message that successfully commented on story. After that, we are going to console the error, write error in commenting, and then we are going to console the error and then return the next response dot error, and this will be for the commenting on our story. Now let's save and go back to the comment story, comment to component, and now we are going to write our JSX. Now inside this div we are going to have a button, and we are going to have on click handler, and on clicking we are going to set show side component to true to reverse the value. And now let's add the class names. So class name will be flex, item center, opacity of 60. Now after that, inside the button we are going to have this svg. You can copy that from my GitHub. And then we are going to have a p tag, give this a class name of text.js, and inside that we can write a number of comments. So let's write 3 for now and save. And now let's go here, and okay, we need to make this a client component, use client. So now as you can see, we have our icon and the number of comments. Now let's make our sidebar component. So outside this button we are going to make a div, and let's give this a class name of screen. Then the position will be fixed, top 0, right 0, width will be of 400 pixels, shadow XL BZ white, Z of 20, duration will be 200 milliseconds, is linear, transform, then overflow y scroll. After that, if the show side component is true, then we are going to translate it to x to 0, otherwise translate to the x of 450 pixels. And I'll save and check if it's working or not. So when I click on this, as you can see, now we have a sidebar here, and this comes with an animation. Okay, now let's start filling it. So inside the div we are going to make one more div, give this a class name px6 pt6 flex item center, justify between and then inside that we can have a p tag, give this a class name, then font medium, and then and inside then here we can write responses and then give it a number. Right now this will be a static number. Then below that we are going to have a span, give this a class name as well of cursor pointer, opacity 60, and now inside that we are going to have the cross icon, so we can write and times and this. So this is the cross icon. Now scale this to of 150, and on clicking, so on click we are going to set show side component to false. Now let's save and go back here, and on clicking, as you can see, this will close. And now below this div we are going to have one more div, give this a class name m4 and shadow md. Now inside this div we are going to have one more div, give this a class name as well, flex item center space x3 px3 and pt3. And after that we are going to have an image tag over here. So image from next image, first it will have the src will be the author image. Then we are going to have a width will be of 32 pixels and the height will be of 32 pixels. Then we are going to provide the alt value, and that would be user. Now below this we are going to have a div, give this a class name text sm. Inside that we are going to have the username, so make a p tag, and here we can have the author first name and author last name. Now let's save and go back here, and now we should have our current user info here. After that below this div we are going to have the text area. Now remove all this, and then we are going to make this as self closing, and then we can define some properties here. First the value will be content, then we are going to have the on change handler, and then we can write it like this. After that we are going to give a placeholder will be what is your thoughts. Then we are going to have a class name, w will be full, h will be of 100 pixels. Then we are going to have p3 focus of outline none, and placeholder text sm, then text sm and mt3. Now after that we are going to have one more div, give this a class name of flex row reverse p3, and after that inside this we are going to have one more div, give this a class name flex item center and space x4. Then we are going to have a button inside that button. On click we are going to set the content to empty, then give this a class name text sm, and inside that write cancel. Then below this we are going to have one more button, then on click handler, and this will invoke our commented story function. Now this will have a class name as well, text sm px4 py 6 pixels and bg green 500, then rounded full text white, and inside that we can write respond. Now let's save and go back here. Now as you can see, we have our cancel, then respond button, text area, and the user info. And with that we are done with our comment story. So let's try to comment on the story, and then we are going to continue with the comment section, where we will be commenting on our comments. That means reply on our comments. So first let's comment that great story, liked it so much. And now let's respond it, and as you can see we have success over here. Now let's go to the Prisma Studio and see if we have the comment or not. And as you can see we have a comment, and right now the parent comment ID is null, because this is the original comment. That means the parent comment on the story, not the reply comments. But for the reply comment there will be a parent comment ID here. So with that we were successfully able to comment on our story. Now we are going to render our comments, and then we are going to work on the reply comments and also the clap on the comments. So let's get here. Now below this let's define our render comments. So we can write const render comments. Now let's also define the types here. So that interface comments extends comment from Prisma client, and in that we are going to have the replies, which will be a type of comment array. Then we are going to have the clap, and this will be a type of clap from Prisma client array. And now we are going to define the props here. So we are going to have the story ID and parent comment ID. Let's define the types: story ID, which will be a type of string. Then we are going to have the parent comment ID, and this will be a type of string as well. Now inside this function we are going to have a state that will contain all the comments. So this will be like this, and then we are going to use the use effect to fetch our comments. So let's write use effect. Now inside that, first we are going to make a function. This will be a asynchronous function which will call our server action function to get our comments. So that const fetch comments, and this will be a asynchronous function. Now inside this function we are going to use a try and catch block, and now inside that we are going to get our response for the comments. So before writing in our try and catch block, let's define our action here. So make one more file named comments.ts, and here write use server. Then we are going to import the Prisma here from root app/prismadb. Then we are going to define a function export const get all comments. Now this will be a asynchronous function, and here we are going to define the props. So it will take the story ID, and this will be a type of string, and then we are going to get the parent comment ID, but the parent comment ID will be optional. so we can write parent comment id, and this will be a type of string, but this will be an optional. After that, first we are going to check if we have the story id or not. So that if we don't have the story id, then we are going to throw new error and write story id not provided, or you can write data required, data is not provided. After that, we are going to use a try and catch block, and inside that first we are going to check if we have the parent comment id or not. So if we do not have the parent comment id, then we are going to get the comments where the parent comment id will be none. So that const comments await prisma dot comments dot find many, where story id will be story id and then parent comment id will be null. After that, we are going to include the claps as well and write true, and then we can simply return the response. So we can write response, and this will be the comments. Now if we do have the parent comment id, so we can have the comments. So just copy this from here and also include the parent comment id, that means remove the null from here, and then return the response. And in the catch block, we are going to console the error of getting the story comments, and then we are going to return error getting the story comments. So this will be the same for both. Now let's save and go back to the comment component, and here we are going to use that function. So we can write const response, or you can just say result, since we are getting response from there. Await get all comments, then provide the story id here, since we don't have the parent comment id right now, and provide the story id and parent comment id here. After getting our result, first we are going to check if we have the result, and also if we have the result dot response or not. If we have both of them, then we are going to set the comment to result dot response, and I think we are getting okay. One more thing, that we need to go here and include the replies as well. So here let's yes, not here, to the actions and then comments, include the replies as well, replies to true. Copy this and paste here, and now this should solve the type error. Else we are going to console the error to result dot error, and here we are going to catch the error. So we can console the error fetching comments and then add error here. Then we are going to call our fetch comment function here, and the dependency will be an empty array. After that, we are going to work on our JSX. So return div here, give this a class name, of empty10 border t of 1 pixel, and inside that we are going to map over the comments. So that comments dot map, and from this we are going to get the comment and the index. Now here we are going to return, and inside that we can write a div and give this key will be the index. Now before writing here, let's get our clap count and the user claps from our comments. So we can write const clap counts is equals to comment dot clap dot map, and inside that we can define a function. This will have the clap, and then inside the function we are going to get the clap counts. So clap count, so clap dot clap count. Now after the clap count, this will give us an array, number of array. We are going to get the total number of counts, so we need to add the numbers inside the array. So we can write this, and we need to complete this like this. So with this we will be able to get the total claps of this story. Now inside this div, give this div a class name first, m4 mt5 py4 border b of 1 pixel, border neutral of 100. Inside that, just to show you, I'm going to write comment dot content. So this is just for showing you that we are able to render our comments, but later we are going to use the user engagement component here so that the user can do some stuff here. So let's save and go back to our browser, and now let's open this. And also we need to add the render comments here. So after this div, we are going to have our render comments, and this will require some values. That would be the story id, and story id will be story id. And I think this should be the optional, and with that we do not have any kind of error. Let's save, and after that, as you can see, now we have our comment over here, great story, liked it so much. And now that we have our comment here, we are going to add the clap button and also the reply button and also the button to see the replies on this comment. So we are going to start working on that now. And also let's add the actual number count here. So what we can do here is we can copy this, then we can paste it, then we can remove this. And now for the number of comments, we can just use comment dot length, and we can move this up here. So now let's save, and now this should be 1. As you can see here, we have total 1 response. Similarly, we can do that here, the number of responses where it is. So we are going to have the number. So here, as you can see, we have number of responses of 83, but this should be comments dot length as well. And now we should have 1 over here. So now with that, this is done. Now let's start working on the user engagement of the comment. So now let's go to the render comments, and now here we are going to make 2 more components. That would be the user badge to show something like this over here, and then the user engagement that would contain the clap and the reply, and also to see the reply, these 3 buttons. So let's get started. So now here the first component will be the user badge, and now let's make that here. So inside published, we are going to make that component user badge .tsx tsrafc, and now let's import that here. Now let's go to the user badge, and here we are going to define some props. So the props will be user ID, and this will be a type of string. Then we are going to have the created at, and this will be a type of date. Now after that we are going to get a user from get user, so we can write const user set user use state, and the type will be user from clerk, and initial value will be empty. Now we are going to use the use effect to get our user, so that use effect, and here inside that we are going to make that function to get the user, so that const fetch user is equals to, and then this will be a asynchronous function. Now inside that we are going to get our user, so that user is equals to await get user. Inside that we are going to have our user ID, so let's just structure them user ID and created at, then pass the user ID. After that we are going to actually wrap it inside the try and catch block. After that we are going to set the user to the state here. So if we have the user, then we are going to set the user. After that we are going to console the error just, and let's call that function, and then the dependency will be user ID. And now let's pass the props here, so we can pass the user ID, and this will be comment dot user ID, and then also created at, and this will be equals to comment dot created at. Now let's save and go back here, and I want you guys to think about whether we are going to get any kind of error here or not. We are calling the get user function, and this function is giving us the user. As you can see here, this function is giving us the user. So is this going to be fine, or we are going to get error? So let's console the user here and then go to the browser. Let's save and go back to browser, refresh the page. And now if I click on this here, we are getting an error here. Okay, and also as you can see, now if I try to display the user dot anything, let's say first name, I think I'll get an error here. Okay, I'm not getting the error here, but in the browser, but in the console I'm getting that error that I cannot pass the plain object, okay, to the client component from the server component. And to resolve this error, we need to do a small thing here, that we have to go back to the user.ts, and here first we are going to stringify this user, then again pass it, and then we are going to return it. So we are going to first json dot paths, then json dot stringify, and here we are going to have the user. And now if I save and go here and refresh the page, I should not get any kind of error now. As you can see, I'm getting my error here. This is console. Now if I open this, still I'm not getting any kind of error. So whenever you get any kind of error here regarding the plain text or plain object, you can just go here and first stringify that particular uh, uh, data and then pass it again and then return from that function. Okay, so let's go to the user badge here, and now that we have the user data, we are going to display over here. But before that, let's make one more function, and that function will calculate the number of days ago for the comments. So we can write const calculate days ago. Now the params will be created at, and this will be a type of date. And now inside this function, first we are going to get the current date, and also we are going to get the created date. So we can write const current date is equals to new date, and const created date is equals to new date, and pass the created date. After that we are going to get the time difference. So this is suggesting this, but we are not going to use this. Instead that we are going to use the get time method. So time difference, it will be a type of number, and we are going to have the current date dot get time minus created date dot get time, and after that we are going to change this to number of days. So we can write const days ago is equals to math dot floor method. Inside that we are going to have the time difference divided by 1000 into 60 into 60 into 24. And now let's return our days ago. So return days ago. Inside our JSX, first give this to a class name of px4 text sm, then make one more div, give this a class name flex item center space x3, and inside this div we are going to have an image. So we are going to have the image from next image, and the src will be user.image URL. Then we are going to have let's write it like this. So if the user image URL is given, then we are going to use the user.image URL. Otherwise we are going to have /noimage.jpg, and I think I have that file over here. Yes, I have that file. Okay, and now after that we are going to define the width will be of 32 pixels, height will be of 32 pixels, and all value will be user image. Then we are going to give this a class name. Class name will be rounded full and object cover. After that we are going to have the priority to true. Then below this we are going to have one more div. Inside we are going to have a p tag, and this will have the user dot first name and the user dot last name. Then below that, one more p tag, give this a class name, text extra small, opacity 60, and inside that we can have calculated days. So we can have calculate days ago, pass the created at date. Okay, and then we can write days ago. Now let's save, and we should have our, yes, as you can see, now we have the days ago here. Let's change the date to something else, so we can write it like maybe 11. Save, and now it should be 1. So as you can see, now the days is 1 days ago. Okay, so with this our user badge is complete. Now we are going to work on the user engagement. That would be the second component here. So then just so comment component, and now the second component would be user engagement. Close this, and now let's make that component over here. So at const user engagement, and this is saying yes, we need to return it as well, and add a div over here, and there will be no error anymore. Now the user component will receive some clause, that would be the story ID and comment, and also the total claps. Now let's define the types here. You can define outside above here, but you can also define here outside this bracket, but I'm going to define it just right here. So story ID, and this will be a type of string. Then we are going to have the comment, and this will be a type of comments, and then we are going to have the total claps, and this will be a type of number. After that, inside this function we are going to define 3 states. One will be for comment area, just like this. Okay, so write const show comment area, set show comment area is equals to use state, type will be boolean, and initial value will be false. Then we are going to have the reply comments. Then we are going to have a state for showing the reply comments. So that const show reply comments, set show reply comments is equals to use state, type will be boolean, and initial value will be false. And after we are going to have a state for user claps. So that const user claps set user claps is equals to use state, type will be number, and initial value will be empty. Now here let's define the function to get the user claps. For that we are going to use the use effect, and here as well we are going to define the asynchronous function first to fetch the clap count by user, add async here, and inside that use try and catch block, const claps is equals to await get clap count by user, and here we are going to provide the story ID and the comment dot id. After that we are going to set user clap to the claps, and then we are going to console the error here, that error fetching the user claps. After that we are going to call our fetch clap count by user function, and then the dependency array will contain story id. Now let's console and check if we have any kind of error or not. So let's console the user claps. This should be user claps, yeah. And now let's pass the props here. So first will be the use story id, and story id will be comment dot story id. Then we are going to have the total clips, the total claps, and this will be equals to total claps. Then we are going to have the comment, and comment will be equals to comment. Now let's save and go back to our browser, and let's refresh this, and now we should have 00 here or undefined. Both are correct. Okay, and now let's render our user claps. For now, let's see here. So we are getting 0, and which is correct. So now let's remove this, and we can write one more div inside this div. Give this a class name flex item center, justify between. Then inside this div make one more div, give this class name as well, flex item center space x3. Inside that we are going to have our clap component. Now this will have the story id, which we are getting from here, story id. Then we are going to have the clap counts, and this will be equals to the total claps. Then we are going to have the comment id, and this will be equals to comment dot id. Then we are going to have the user claps, and this will be equals to user claps or 0. Let's save and see if we have our clap or not. And as you can see, we have our claps over here. And one more thing I forgot, that I should be displaying the comment content. So we are going to add a p tag over here. Give this a class name py3 text neutral of 600. Then we are going to have then text sm ml3, and then inside this we are going to have comment dot content. Let's save, and now we should have our comment over here. Okay, so this is working. Now after the clap comment, we are going to show the replies. If we have any reply, we are going to show a button to see the reply. If you don't have any kind of reply, then we are going to show nothing here. So for that we can write comment dot replies dot length, and if it's greater than 0, then we are going to show a button over here. Now this button will contain a SVG. So let's format this. Okay, so this SVG will this button contain, and on clicking we are going to make the set show reply comment to the reverse value of the initial value, show reply comment area, and then we are going to add some classes over here. So give this a class name, flex item center, space x2, and text sm, opacity of 80. And after that, below this svg, we are going to get the number of replies, so we can have comment dot replies dot length, and we can write replies. Now let's collapse this so that we can see below this button. Now after this button, after this, we are going to have one more div. Inside that, we are going to have one more button. Now on clicking this, we are going to make the set show comment area to, okay, I made a mistake. So we are going to make the set show reply comment to reverse its value. Okay, since we are here showing the reply comment, and here we are going to show the comment area component, so this will reverse the show comment area. Now give this a class name, and that would be text sm and opacity of 80. After that, inside this, that reply. Now let's save, and we have our reply here, and we do not have this button which shows the number of replies, since we do not have any kind of reply yet. And now let's make these two components, a reply component and the comment area. Now let's write our first component, and that would be the reply comments. So that const reply comments. Inside this function, first we are going to provide the props, story ID, parent comment ID, then give their types, story ID, type will be string, then parent comment ID, and the type will be string as well. Now inside this function, we are going to make two states. First will be the user claps and the total claps. So at const user claps, set user claps, use state, type will be number, and initial value will be empty, null. Then second will be the total claps, set total claps, use state, type will be number, and initial value will be null. Now let's fetch our clap count by user and total claps. So here we are passing the parent comment ID and set user claps, and then we are going to make one more function, const fetch total claps. This will be a asynchronous function as well. Copy this and paste here, and instead of the clap count by user, we are going to have the clap count, and here we are going to set total claps to the claps. So I think this is good. And also let's invoke this function, fetch total claps. Now we are going to return and make a div. Let's see if this function are working or not. So that user claps and the total claps. Okay, we can. And now let's add this here. So after this div, show the reply comment. If this is true, then we are going to have the reply comment, and I think this should be the capital and this should be capital as well. And now we are going to have the story id, and this will be equals to comment dot story id. Second, we are going to have the parent comment id, and that would be the comment dot id. Now let's save, and just for checking, let's remove this and this, and let's see if we have any kind of error or not. Refresh the page. So we do not have any kind of error, and we have 00 here, but I think we can have a problem in the future. So go to the claps and use the same technique that we did before. JSON dot paths, then JSON dot stringify, and inside that add this value. Now copy this and paste here, so that we do not get any kind of error that we were getting same here. Copy this and paste. Okay, now go to the comment component, and now let's start writing our JSX part. Inside the JSX, we are only going to need the render component that we have already defined here. So this component is going to be called again here. So let's write render components. Now pass the props, and props will be the story id, that would be the story id. Then we are going to have the parent comment id, and this will be equals to the parent comment id, and that's it. And after that we can work on the comment area. So that const comment area, and it will take a prop, and that would be the comment id. Let's define the type comment id with, and the type will be string. Now return it with a div. Now here make a state for the content, so that content set content is equals to use state, type will be string, and initial value will be null. And after that we are going to have the story id, and which we are going to get from the path name. So go above and copy this, and paste here, and actually you can also go here again and copy this function. Now this time we are going to change something here. So instead of comment story, we are going to have reply comment, and instead of API slash comment story, we are going to have the API endpoint to be reply comments. And this time we are also going to pass the parent comment id, parent comment id. which will be the comment ID, and we can change this reply to comment. Now after this, inside this div, first give this a class name m4 and shadow md. Inside this div, make a text area and self close this. Now we are going to provide some properties, so we can go above here and actually copy the properties from here. So the text area, we can copy this and simply paste it here. After the text area, we are going to have the buttons. So let's see if we can use this, and I think we can use this. So copy this and paste this as well. This will be the reply comment, and I think with that this is done. Now let's go above. First uncomment this, and now we can add one more condition, show comment area. If this is true, then we are going to show the comment area and pass the comment ID, and that would be the comment dot ID. And now let's go here and let's see if all three, that means the clap, reply, and to see the reply comment is working or not. First we are going to check for the clap. So I think we did okay. So actually we need to make the APIs for all of them. So let's go to the API folder, and here we are going to make some folders. So first will be for clap on the comment. So write clap comment, and let's go to the clap comment. Yeah, this is the folder, this is the API endpoint. Now inside the clap comment, make a route.ts. Here we are just going to copy all this and paste, and we are going to change some things here. So first, along with the story ID, we are also going to get the comment ID. Okay, let's see if we are getting the comment ID or not. So clap, go to the clap comment, and here we are getting the comment ID. Okay, so this is the same. Now after that, we are going to use the comment ID here and here, and now let's save. So with that, I think this is done. Okay, now one more API that we are going to make is the reply comment. So we can make one more folder name reply comments. Let's go and check if it's right or not. So we are making the reply comments here. Okay, so this is the same. Now make a file name route.ts. Now we are going to copy some things from the comments and here paste it. Now this is good, this is good. Now here we are going to need story ID, content, and also we are going to need the parent comment ID. Then we are going to check if it's available or not. After that, we are going to use the parent comment ID here, and then that's it. Okay, so save this as well. Now let's go to the comment, save this, and now let's refresh the page again. Let's open our comment, and now if I clap this, as you can see, now we have a clap over here. Refresh the page, and as you can see, we have a clap over here. But one thing is not correct, that is, it should be highlighted like this. So let's go here and go to the clap component, and let's see what we are getting as the current clap by user. Let's save and check for the browser. So we are getting one here. Let's add also some line here, user clap. So user clap is 8. Okay, so this is for the user clap for 8, and also we have the user clap 0. So user clap for 8 is the story, and here the user clap 0 is for this comment. So for this comment, the user clap should be 1, not 0. So for the current clap by user, we are getting that from as a prop here, I think. So let's go here to the component, comment component, and here let's see where we are using the clap component. So we are using somewhere here, and the user clap is either user clap or 0. So here we are getting the user clap. Now let's see, we are getting the clap count by user using the story ID and the comment ID. Okay, let's see what is the user clap here. We can write it like this: user clap on comment component. Let's save. So user clap on the comment component is 1. So why we are not able to pass it here? So I think the problem is that initially the states here are being empty or undefined when we load the page and open this. So I think we need to use the use effect to set the current value here. Instead of directly passing it here, we need to use the use effect. So we can write use effect, and inside that we can have set current by user, and then you can pass the user claps. Similarly, we can have set current claps, and we can have the clap counts, and remove this, and let's save and try one more time. Open this, and as you can see, now this is highlighted. So we need to use the use effect in order to set our states here when we load for the first time, and I'll also add a dependency array which will be the empty array, so that it only runs once. So now let's remove this console from here, and let's try one more time. Okay, so this time the number I think changed. I think we did able to add another clap, but the count is not changing, as you can see. So now let's go again to the clap count. I think we can cut it from here and paste here. Let's try to add one more. Now this is working. So when we click on this, the number change. Okay, now there is another problem. I think to resolve this problem, what we can do here is, instead of using the current clap user, we can use the user claps, and also the current clap by user. So if any of these two value is true, then we are going to show the highlighted icon. Now let's see if this is working or not, and we can remove this for now. Let's refresh this. Let's refresh this, and now this is working. Let's try one more time. So now, as you can see, now the value is kind of different. I think we should remove this and use this instead of that. I think that would solve the problem. Now let's refresh again. Still one. Initially we were getting 0 here, and when we were getting 0 here, this condition was getting false, and that's why we were getting an outlined icon here. But after some time we were getting our values, and at that time the component was already rendered. So to update their values, when we get the real values, we can use a use effect here. So we can write use effect, and then we can use, and then we can set the current clap by user, and then here will be the user claps, then set current claps, and this will be the clap count. In the dependency, don't forget to add the user clap and the clap count. Okay, now let's save, and now this will work. So let me show you without this. So comment this and refresh the page. Now as you can see here, we are getting an outlined icon, which means our value for current clap by user is having 0 initially, but as you can see at the end we are getting 20. So when we are changing the values, when we are finally getting our values, we want to set the current clap by user value again. So we can uncomment this, and now this will be a highlighted icon. Now let's refresh it again. And as you can see, this is working. Now if I clap on this, this will be the 21. I have already clapped this comment 21 times. This will be the 10. As you can see, this is 10 and this is 21. Okay, now let's work on the reply. Now let's try our reply part. So when we click on this, we are going to get a text area. We can write reply to first comment and then respond. This was success, and now as you can see, we have one replies over here, and when we click on this, we are going to get our reply and also our icon. Now let's clap this one, and now as you can see, we have clapped this and the number is 1. Let's refresh this. and we should get clap over here. As you can see, this is working. Now I think we need to add the comments as well as the replies over here. Right now this is saying only one comment is there, but actually there is two comments. Okay, and one thing I forgot to add here in the comment component, make a div, give this a class name of border length left 3 pixels and ml5, and now we should get a line over here. Now after that we have successfully completed our comment section. Now let's fix this as well, since we have two comments over here. As you can see, we have two comments. We need to show two here, so let's go here again. Now here, instead of comments.length, we are going to get the number of comments. So inside the comments, go here and make another function, export number of comments is equals to, then inside that we are going to have try and catch block. This will have the story ID, and this will be a type of string. On that we are going to find the number of comments, so we can write const comments number is equals to await prisma dot story dot comments dot aggregate, where story ID is story ID, so this will be the story ID, and then we are going to count to be true, and this will be a asynchronous function. Then we are going to return comments.count. Here we are going to just return error getting number of. Now let's say when we go back to the render story, since this is a server component, we can directly use the number component number comments is equals to await number of comments and pass the story ID. So this will be the published story dot ID, and then we can copy this and then pass it to the comment component. Then go to the comment component, add that verb here, number, and then here as well. Now this could be null, and this will be the, and okay, I made a mistake here. So here we are going to return an object response. Okay, now let's say when we go back here, we are going to get the response undefined. Okay, number slash undefined is not assignable. Okay, we can pass, if we don't find any count, then we can simply pass 0, and this should resolve our error. Okay, let's go here, remove this. So if we have the So if we have the response, then we can show the response, otherwise we can pass the 0 here, and it is still not correct, I think. Okay, this. Now let's save, and now after we get our number of comments, we can add that here, number of comments. And now as you can see, we have 2 comments over here. Now also we need to pass it to here, so this will be number of comments. Okay, so with that we are done with our clap and the comment part. Now we are going to work on the save component. So let's work on that. We need to make one more component here, which will be the save component .tsx. Okay, I think we have already made that, so just remove that. So this is the save component. Now let's first define the props here. So this component we have the story ID, and then it is going to have the saved status, and this will be a type of boolean. Now let's destructure them here, story ID and saved status. Now inside this component, first we are going to make a state, and this will be state for showing the current saved status. That means if a user has saved this particular story or not. So we can write current saved status set current saved status is equals to use state, type will be boolean, and initial value will be saved status. After that we are going to have the save story function. Now this will be a asynchronous function. Inside that we are going to first set the current saved status to the opposite of current saved status. After that we are going to use a try and catch block. Inside that try block we are going to use the NextJs to save our post. So that access.post API /API/save, and inside the data we can pass the story ID, and inside the catch we can just console error while saving, then set current saved status to reverse current saved status. Now inside the JSX we are going to write, first give this a class name, flex item center, opacity of 60. On click we are going to invoke the save story function. Now inside this div, based on the current saved status, we are going to show these as widgets. Okay, so now let's save, and let's go to the render story and now pass the values here. So first will be the story ID, and we can get it from published story.id. Then we are going to have the saved status, and for that we are going to make a server action here. So we can make one more file named save.ts. we can use the Prisma and the current user ID, then we can paste it here. After that we can define a function export const check saved, and this will be a asynchronous function. From as a params, we are going to get story ID, which will be a type of string. Inside that, use try and catch block, and then write const saved is equals to await prisma dot save dot find where story ID and author ID and user ID. So we are going to get the user ID from that user ID, so we can write const user ID is equals to get current user ID, and now let's return it. So return saved, so this will return a boolean. Okay, if you check here, this will return a boolean, and here we can return false. Now let's go here, we can write const saved status is equals to await check saved, and we can pass the published dot id, and then here we can pass the saved status. Now let's save, and let's go back to browser, and also let's make this a client component. Use client. So change this to button first, and let's console our current saved status, and it should be false, so we are getting false here. But why we are getting this icon? I think we need to reverse the order. Okay, now let's save, and right now we did not have saved it, that's why we are getting this icon. Now when we click on this, this will be saved, but before that let's make the API to save it. So inside the API folder name, make a save folder name, then route.ts, and then here we can write something like this. So this is the same repetition of the logic that we have done in the clap command. So here first we are going to check the user, then using the story ID we are going to check for the story, then we are going to check if a user have already saved that story or not. If we find the saved check, then we are going to delete it, otherwise we are going to save the story by creating it, and then we are going to just return our response. So now let's save, refresh the page, and now let's try to save this. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, so let's see what we are getting here. Is the status is true, but it is still not working. So let's go to the save component, and actually I think the status is not updated here. So what we can do here, similarly as we have done before, we are going to use the use effect here, and in this we are going to set the current status to the saved status, and the dependency will be saved status. And now let's remove this opacity, and let's refresh it. So why this is not working? So we can write if this is true, which is true right now, then we are going to show this as 0. Now this is working. Let's refresh this. Yeah, this is working now. Let's unsave. Why it is not working? So when we save this again, this should reverse. So to solve that problem, I have changed the return value. Now I am returning the status here and then the boolean. So this will be the status, and for the error I'm just returning false. After that, in the render story, we're getting the saved status, which will give us an object. From that we are going to pass the saved status boolean, and then after that, inside the save component, if this is true, then we are going to show this, otherwise we are going to show this, and everything is same. When I refresh it, as you can see, this is right now saved, unsaved. Let's refresh it again, unsaved. Okay, let's save it again. So this is working. Now we are going to work on the share component. So in the share component, we are just going to open a dialog and we will give the user the link to this particular page and a copy button. We are not going to directly share it to other social media applications. We are just going to provide the shareable link here. So go to the share component. Now let's make a state here, and this will be show pop-up. Set show pop-up is equals to use state, type will be boolean, and initial value will be false. Now after that we are going to use the path name. Path name is equals to use path name. Now here inside this we are going to have a button. Okay, inside the button we are going to have this SVG. Now on clicking this, we are going to make the set show pop-up to its opposite value, so show pop-up. Below this button we are going to have one more div. Give this a class name of w of 250 pixels, h of 100 pixels, and rounded md, shadow lg, absolute bottom 12, and minus left 20. Inside that we are going to have one more div. Give this a class name overflow hidden, then p2 m2 border of 1 pixels, and rounded md bg gray 100. And then inside the div we can have our path name. Along with that, we are also going to have process.env dot next public URL. So right now add the next public URL inside your env as localhost 3000, but later when we deploy this we are going to change this. So now as you can see, we have our link over here. Next, below this div we are going to have a button, and inside that we are going to write copy link, give this a class name text center w full and py2, and this will be the button to copy this link. Now we can write it like this: show pop-up. If it's true, then we are going to show this. Okay, right now actually this is div, we can make it input actually. So let's make this input, and let's remove this, self close this, cut it, and its value will be this. And now the value will be like this. So first we are going to get our process.env, then we are going to get our path name and remove this. Okay, and also make this w full. We are done with our UI. Let's copy this URL. So for that we can write on click handler, and on clicking we are going to use the navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and inside that we can have the value that we are going to copy. So we can just have the backtick, and we can just copy this and paste here. So this way when we click on this we will be able to copy this whole URL. Now let's save and let's try if it's working or not. Right now I have copied this one. Now if I click on this and paste, you can see now the URL has changed, and now I can go to this particular page. So this is working, and with that we are done with our share as well. Now I'm not going to do anything with this particular icon, but you can add some more features in this if you want to. And now with that done, now we are going to work on the following button. So let's go to our VS Code again, and here we are going to make one more component for following a person, for following an author. So make one more component here, follow component .tsx tsrafc. Now first here we are going to make a state, and that will be for knowing that if the user have followed the particular author or not. So we can write is followed and set is followed is equals to use state, and this will be a type of boolean, and initial value will be false. Now after that we are going to get these values, so we can get them from our server action. So make one more file here named following.ts, and now here we are going to get our Prisma first and also the current user ID. So now let's go here and paste here, and now we are going to check for the following. So we can write export const check following, and this will take ID, and that would be the author ID of the story, and this will be a type of string. Now here we are going to check for that, and now here we are going to check for the following. So we are going to use a try and catch block, and we can write const is followed await prisma dot following dot find first, and where condition will be following ID to be the author ID, and the follower ID would be the current user ID. So we can write here const current user ID is equals to get current user ID, and we can have our current ID here. Now let's check if the current user ID is defined or not. So we can check it like this, and let's also make this a synchronous function. And with that, this is done. Now we are going to return is following to be a boolean, and for that boolean we can write it like this, is followed. So now as you can see, if I hover over this, you can see that the type is boolean. Similarly here we are going to return is following to be false instead of a calculated value. So this will be false. Now let's go to our following component, and here we are going to use effect, and inside that we are going to make a asynchronous function to fetch our, and here we are going to write function for fetching the following status. So we can write fetch following status, and this will be a asynchronous, and inside that we are going to use a try and catch block. From that we are going to get the response is equals to await, let's see what I have named the function, so check following. So we can go here and write check following, and here we can pass the, so we can write author ID, and let's also, so let's add this as a prop here, which we are getting from the render story. So copy this and paste, and this will be a type of string, and destructure it. Now let's set is followed to response, and what is saying that argument type was not assignable to the so can we do something like this? So okay, the problem was inside our function. Now inside the following.ts function we are not going to return the false, instead of we are just going to return our function, and then we can set our if following here. So we can also check here if response.if following is defined, then we are going to do this. After that we can console the error here, and also a message error while fetching the saved the following status. Okay, and now let's call our function here fetch following status, and inside the dependency we are going to have the author ID. Now after that we are going to write a function to follow and unfollow the author. So we can write const follow author, Inside that we are going to use the try and catch block, and this will be asynchronous. Now inside this we can write await xcs.post, and then the API endpoint will be API/following, and the data will be author ID, and we can get the current user ID from our backend. And then we can console success following, and here we can console error in following the author. Now after that, let's write our JSX over here. So remove this and let's go back to the render story, and as you can see here we are going to have the follow. So instead of the follow, and now we have follow over here, so we need to copy this span and then go to the follow component and paste it here. Now on click, now here we are going to render this conditionally. So if is followed is true, then we are going to show follow, then we are going to show followed, otherwise we are going to show follow. And in the class name as well we can change some classes. So if is followed is true, then this will be text green 700, otherwise it would be text red 400. Now let's save, and also on click we are going to call this function. And now let's save and go back to the render component, and here we can remove the span and we can call the follow component. Now this will require the author ID, so author ID will be published story dot author ID. And now the last thing that we need to do is to write our API. So inside the API we are going to make one more folder, and that would be following, then out.ts, and then we can go to the save here. Actually the concept will be same for, so we can just paste it here, the save, and now we need to change some things here. So first we are going to get the author ID here, so let's see what kind of author ID we are getting. So this will be the author ID. After that we do not need to check the story, this also, and we are going to check for the following. So we are going to check for the following, where the user ID is the user ID, current user ID, and this will be the following ID, which will be the author ID. And now this will be the follower ID, which will be the user ID. And we can check, and we can change this to following check. After that copy this and paste here following, where ID is following check.id. Then we can write here that unfollowed the author successfully, and if you don't have already followed the author, then we can create a new data here. This will be the following, and we can just copy this and paste here. After that, this will be the following author. Now copy this and paste here, and I think this should be enough. Now let's save and go back to our following component. So one more thing that we are going to do here, after the function start, we're going to first set is followed to its opposite value, which will be the is followed. If it's true, then we are going to do nothing, otherwise we are going to reverse it again. Okay, so now let's save and go back to browser. And one more thing, that this should be a client component, use client. Okay, and one more thing that we should do, that user cannot follow himself or herself. So for that, let's go here, and first we are going to get the current user ID. So we can write const fetch current user ID is equals to this will be a asynchronous function. Then write const. Inside that we are going to use a try and catch block. Inside that we can write const user ID is equals to await get current user ID, and actually we do not need the await here, so we are going to get the current user ID here. After that we are going to set inside our state, so write const current user ID, set current user ID, use state, and the type will be a string. So after that we are going to set current user ID to the user ID. Okay, so if the user ID is defined, after that we can just console no user found. After that we can invoke this function as well, so that const fetch current user ID, and then we can add a condition over here inside our class name. So if the current user ID is equals to the author user ID, then we are going to make this hidden, otherwise this will be the same. This will be question mark. Now let's save, and we should not have this follow button here, so it is still there. Let's see what is wrong. Error here. This is just a warning for our SVGs, so it does not matter, but we are not getting any kind of error for the follow. So let's console clg and we can console this value, and it is right now false. Why it is false? So let's see again. So this is getting, so we are getting this false. Let's see the current user ID. So the current user ID is this. Okay, we are getting the promise, so we need to await our function here and make this a async function. Let's go back to the actions here, user, and let's make this a async function. And let's save this as well. and we need to await this as well. So now we are going to await every function that used our get user ID function here as well. Now let's save and then save our following component. Refresh the page. So now as you can see, we do not have the follow button over here. And now if I sign out from here, then I'm going to sign in with another account, and let's go to that particular story. And now I should get this button. So I'm getting this button. So let's wait. And as you can see, I'm getting this button because the user and the author for this story is different. So now let's test this. When I click on this should be followed, and as you can see, you might not be able to see, so now you can see that success in following the author. So now let's refresh, and this should be followed still. So as you can see, this changed to the follow. That means we successfully followed this author. Now let's unfollow this again. Let's refresh this, and it is still followed. That means we were successful in unfollowing this author. So now I'm going to follow this, and after that now we are going to render our story over here, and we are done with our all functionality here. So now let's go here and start working on that. Let's render our story here, and to render the story we are going to modify our content. So from the content we are going to remove the first h1 tag, select and text area, and for that we are going to use regex here. So in order to do that, first we are going to use regex to find all h1 and remove the first h1, and after that we are going to remove select and text area from that, and then we are going to use dangerously HTML here to render our content. Now you need to add pros and m/5 in your class names, and also we need to import the highlight.js CSS. Now let's save and go back to our browser, and now as you can see we have our content over here. Now let's give this a font of mono, and this is looking good now. Okay, so with that this is done. Now one more thing that I have done here is I have changed the max width of our CSS in the typography. So if I remove this now, you will see that this will take only this much space, as you can see. But now if I add this again, this will take the whole width, which is the 100%. So now this is looking more good. So now with that we have rendered our story. Now one more thing that we are going to do here is we are going to render about the author. So let's go here and render in the page.tsx, and here we are going to make one more component which will be the author info, author specific component. Now this component will take many props. First will the publish story, so we can copy this. Now this component will take the same prop as the render story, so we can copy this and paste it here. And now let's make this component here, so that author specific .tsx, tsrafc, and we can copy the props from here and paste here. And we can also import our story type. After that, we can also copy this and paste here. Now let's import our author specific component here. And with this is done. Now let's go to the author specific and now start writing about this component. Now here we are going to first get the stories written by this particular author, but excluding the current story. So for that we can go to the actions and here we can make the function export const get stories by user by author, and this will take story ID which will be the current story. This will be a type of string and then we are going to have the author ID, and this will be a type of string as well. Now inside that we are going to use try and catch block, and here we are going to get the stories, so that const author stories is equals to await, make this a asynchronous prisma dot story dot find many, where the author ID is author ID, and then we are not going to include the story ID which is the current story, so that not and ID will be story ID, and also the publish should be true. We don't want those story which is currently being edited. So now let's save. So now after that we are going to return response, and we are going to return author stories. Okay, this should be H and this should be H as well. In the catch we are going to return error, and this will be error, and this will say error on getting stories by author. Now let's save and go back to the author specific. First make this a client component. After that we are going to use the use effect to get our stories, so that use effect. Inside that write a asynchronous function to fetch author stories. This will be a type of asynchronous function, and then inside that we are going to use try and catch block. From that we are going to get stories is equals to await get stories by author, and pass the published story dot id, and also published story dot author id. After that we are going to make a state here for the stories. Set stories is equals to use state, type will be story, and initial value will be empty array. Now let's set our stories. So set stories this stories dot response, and we can check our response, so that the stories dot response, if this is available then we are going to set the stories. After that we are going to console the error here, error fetching data, and lastly we are going to invoke our function and then the dependency will be published story. Now inside the JSX we can give this a class name bggray of 50 and py of 10. After that, inside this make one more div, max width of 700 pixels and mx auto. Now inside this div we are going to use an image from next image, and src will be author image, width will be of 72 pixels, height will be of 72 pixels, class name rounded full, and then alt value will be user author. Now after that we are going to have one more div, give this a class name flex item center, justify between border b of 1 pixel and pb4. After that inside this div we are going to have one more div, give this a class name, and then we are going to have p tag over here, give this a class name of text excel font medium mt5, and we can write here written by and then the author name, so we can have author first name and author last name. Then after that below this p tag we are going to have one more p tag, give this a class name text sm opacity 60 and mt1 and mt1, and inside that we can write the number of followers. Right now let's say 230 followers. Now below this div make one more div and give this a class name flex item center space x4. Now inside this we are going to have two buttons, so first button give this a class name py2 px4 bg orange 600, then hover bg orange 700, p2 rounded full and text sm, and inside that we can write follow. After that we can duplicate this, and instead of follow we are going to have an icon over here that would be mail plus. Now size will be 18 and give this a class name which will be text white font thin and p of 1 pixels. Now on clicking, so instead of button we can have a tag and we can have a href here, and this will be, and inside that we can write mail to then the author email id, so we can use here backtick, and now let's go here and also pass the author email, so author email, and this will be author dot email, author email. Now let's go here author email, and this will be a type of string. Now copy this and paste here, and we can write our author email here, and this will be inside curly braces. Now let's save, and this too. Let's go back to our browser, and so we're getting an error, and oh, there should be I. Now let's save, and now here, as you can see, now we have the author info here written by SMG bits, number of followers, and the follow button and the mail icon. Let's go here and make this text white, and now when we click on this, we will be able to mail to this particular author. So when we click on this, the mail will open, and this is saying to undefined. That means our author here is not defined. So let's go here, let's see if we have the author email or not. Let's save and go back to our console, and this is undefined, so the author email is undefined. So what we can do here, and now let's console the author here. Now let's save and let's see what kind of properties the author have. So, and inside the email addresses we have an object, and inside the object we have the email address. So we can have the email addresses here, and then first object and the email address, and now we should not get any kind of error. Click on this, and as you can see, we have our email over here, and then we can start writing our email. So this is working. Now after that, we are going to show other stories written by this author. For that, go to the author specific, and below this div we are going to have a p tag. Give this a class name, text sm py5 font medium, and then inside that we can write more from, and then author name. So author first name and author last name. This should be inside this. Okay, then after that we can have one more div. Give this a class name, grid calls to, which will be above empty, and otherwise we are going to have grid calls 1. Gap will be 10. And now in here we are going to map all our author stories, but before that let's make our follow button functional as well. So go to the follow component, and here we can copy these functions, and then go to here and paste, and here we are going to have the published story dot author id. Copy this, paste here, and now this allows him. And now let's import XCS, this function and this function. And now after that, let's go back again here, and then copy this, and paste it here. Then make this capital F and this capital F as well. And also we can change our class name. So make it like this, and after that, if is followed is true, then we are going to have bg green 600. This will be green, otherwise it will be BG orange 600, and on hover it will be 700, and here on hover it will be BG green 700, and remove this. Now let's save, and now it should be followed now. And as you can see, this is followed. And now we are going to add a followed function. So on click handler, and then this will call this function follow author. Now let's save. Now after that we can map our stories here, and also here if the current user ID is equals to published story dot author ID, then we are going to make this hidden, otherwise we are going to leave it as it, otherwise we are going to do nothing. Now let's map our author stories here. So let's see what we have named over here. So these are the stories, so we can write stories dot map story and index, and use the curly braces here and then return. Inside that we are going to have a link over here from the next link, and the href will be backtick slash published slash story dot id. Now here we are going to have three things, that would be the h1 tag for heading and images and also description. So in this case as well we are going to use the regex here. So it will be like this. Let me format this. So it will be like this, and okay, we have a typo here, so this is a story and this is story as well. So from this we are going to get the image src, h1 element, and also the first 10 words. You can make this 20 if you want to. So let's get 20, and now we are going to use them here. So inside the link we are going to first have the image. Now first make us, which will be the image src. So if the image src is given, then we are going to have the image src, otherwise we are going to go with the slash no image dot jpg. After that we are going to have width, so width will be of, after that we are going to go with the width, so width will be of 250 pixels, and then height will be of 200 pixels. Then we are going to have alt, and this will be thumbnail image. After that we are going to have div. Inside the div, now give this a class name, flex item center space x2 and p5, and now inside this we are going to have another image. So copy this and paste here, and now here we are going to have the author image. So remove this and write the author image. Width will be of 20 pixels and height will be of 20 pixels, and in alt we can have user. Then below image we are going to have a p tag. Give this a class name, text extra small, font medium. Inside that we are going to have the author name, so author first name and author last name. Now after that below this div we are going to have a p tag. Give this a class name, font bold and empty4, and inside that we are going to write our h1 element for the heading. Then below that we are going to have one more p tag. In the class name we are going to have empty2 text sm and text neutral 500, and here we can have first 20 words and then dot dot dot. After that we are going to have a div, and in the class name we are going to give flex item center justify between and empty3. Now inside this div we are going to have one more div. Give this a class name, flex item center and space x4. And now here we are going to have our clap component, and also we are going to have our save component. Now they both require some props. So this component requires the clap count, which is the total clap count, then the user claps, story ID, comment ID, and the key. So we need to give the key here first. So let's write index. Now let's go here. So we need here clap count, user count, and story ID. So let's give the story ID here, which will be the published story.id. See, and now we are going to get a clap count and a user clap. So for that, go to the comment component, and here we should have our clap counts. This is the function for getting the clap count by user. So copy this and then paste here. Now this requires this function first. Now let's first import this function. In the story ID we are going to have the published story.id. Then we are not going to provide the comment ID here. After that, this will be the published story.id. And now we have the user claps here. So let's pass it here. User claps is equals to user claps. And okay, so we can assert this that this is defined. And let's also initial value we can give this 0, and we can remove this adjacent here. So now as you can see, we do not have any kind of error here. Now let's get the total clap count. So now let's go again to the comment component and let's see if we have the total claps or not. So as you can see, this is the function for the total claps. So actually we can just copy this all and paste here, and now we can write the publish story.id. We can remove this, copy this, and then paste here, remove this, and in the dependency we can have this. Now import this function, and with that we can pass our clap count. So we can write the clap count, and this will be equals to the total claps. And now we can provide the initial value to be zeros here. And with that our clap component is finished. Now let's see what the save component is required. So this required the saved status and the story id. For the story id we can give the published story.id, and let's get our saved status. So now go to the render story and we can copy this and paste inside the page.tsx and import this. Story id will be params.storyid, and we can pass the saved status here. So inside the author specific we can pass the saved status. Now let's go here, add it as a prop here, type will be boolean, then let's go below, then let's add it here, and now let's go below and we can pass the saved status is equals to saved status, and okay, this will be the saved status dot status, and as you can see we do not have any kind of error here. Now let's save and go back to our browser. Now let's go here, and as you can see here we do not see anything here because this author has only one story. So let's make one more story here. And as you can see this is a new story over here, zero claps, zero comment, and everything is zero. Now when we go down we should have, oh, I made a mistake over here. Actually right now I'm currently logged in with this particular id. Let's sign out and let's sign in with the, now let's write, now let's go here and let's choose the defining route, copy this, paste here, then let's go below, copy this, paste here, make this h2, h1, and now let's add an image over here. Let's say I'm going with this image. So this is saving, has been saved. Let's refresh it, and this is our new story. Let's publish it, and this is the preview, and now publish, and as you can see we have another story over here. The author is smg bits, and now if you go here, as you can see here we have another story from this author, and as you can see I'm the same user and the author is same. That's why we don't have the follow button here and also the follow button here. Now we have the author name, heading, and then we have the description. So let's go here and we need to change some more things here. First we are going to have this to be only 10 words. I think this is too much. And then we need to sanitize our h1 tag, since we do not want this b tags over here. So for that we can write const final h1 element is equals to strip html tag and then pass the h1 element, and then we can copy this and paste here. And as you can see we do not have the tags over here. And now if I click on this, as you can see, I have clapped on this, and now this has the 10 claps, 11. Okay, but one thing, as you can see here I have clapped for 12 times, and this is also been saved. But here, as you can see, this has only been clapped for once, and this also not been saved by me, but actually this has already been saved by me. So let's see what is wrong here. First we are going to go above and check for the saved status. Let's save, and let's see in the console. So this is saying false. And why it is saying false? Let's go here. Actually we need to pass the story ID of this story, but we are passing the story ID of this story here. As you can see, we are directly passing the story ID of this story. Same goes for here. For the claps, we are directly passing the story ID of this, but instead of that we need to pass the story ID of this story. So what we need to do, actually we can make a separate component here. Let's say author stories.tsx, and now let's go to author specific, and actually we can copy it from here to the all the way to here, and go to here and then paste. Now after that, again go here and copy all this and paste here. After that we are going to need the story, so we are going to have the story, add it to the prop, type will be story from Prisma client, and now let's import link. Then we are going to import image, and then we are going to import clap count and the save component. After that we are going to go here and copy all this and paste here. So this will be for our for our total claps and user claps. And here we can import use state, then use effect, then clap count by user, then clap count, and here we can pass the story.id here as well, and the dependency as well. After that we are going to get the author name and the last name and image, so we can add those here. So go above and copy this and paste here, then also copy this and paste here. And now let's see what others we have. So index, we are going to have story.id as an index. After that we are going to get change this to story id, this too, and now we are going to get the saved status. For that I'm going to use the use effect here. So add one more function for the saved status. So write fetch saved status, make it asynchronous. Now inside that use try and catch block, and we can write const saved status is equals to await check saved. Inside that we can pass the story.id, and if the saved status dot status is, so if we have the saved status dot status, then we are going to set our status for the saved. So let's make one more state here, const saved status set saved status is equals to use state, type will be boolean. Now let's go below and we can write set saved status dot status, and here we can console the error fetching the saved status. Now let's call this function fetch saved status, and now copy this and paste here. Now we have one more error, that is saved status. Okay, so this can be boolean or undefined. So what we can do here is, let's give this initial value to be false. And now let's import this here. So remove all this, and here we can write author stories, and this should be this bracket, and here we need to pass some props. First will be the author first name, which will be the author first name. Then we are going to have author image, and this will be the author image. Then we are going to have author last name. We can have the author last name here. Then we are going to have the story, and here we are going to pass the published story. Now let's save, and now as you can see, this story have 11 claps, which is correct, and but this is not correct. Actually I have already saved, as you can see here. So let's fix this as well. So the problem here is that this particular component is rendered first before we are getting our saved status, and when we get the real status, this component has been already rendered. So what we need to do to fix that is to go to the save component, and here we are going to use effect, and here we are going to set the set current saved status to saved status that we are getting from here, and the dependency will be the saved status. So whenever the parent saved status values change, this component's current saved status value also changed, and thus we are going to get the correct icon over here. So let's refresh it, and now as you can see, first this is unsaved, and after that this is saved. Now let's unsave this, refresh the page, and as you can see, now this is unsaved. Okay, now one more thing that we need to do, if I click on this Actually I will be redirected to the story. So to prevent that, we can add here something like this. So we can write it like this, and also we can write e.prevent default. Actually this should be e, and then we are going to have the e here and use semicolon here. Similar. Now let's copy this and go to the clap component and paste that here, and instead of save story we are going to have clap story or component function. Now let's save and save this as well. Let's go and check if it's working or not. So let's go to the previous story, and now if I click on this, I will not be redirected to this story. 13, 14. Okay, set the number of followers here. So go to the actions and then following, and make one more function, name export const number followers, and this will contain the author ID, which will be a type of string. Then we are going to use try and catch block. Number of following is equals to await prisma dot following dot aggregate, and make this a async function, and then where condition, where following will be author ID. Then we are going to use the count method to be true, and this will give the number of follower of the author. So let's return number of followers is equals to number of following, and here we can return 0. Now let's save and go back to published, then author specific, and here we can add one more function, name fetch followings away async, and then use try and catch block const number of following is equals to await number followers. So here we need to pass the author ID, so we can write story what I have passed here. So publish story dot author ID, and then we are going to set the number of followings. So we can write const number of followings or followers, set followings is equals to use state, type will be number, and here we can set it. So set number of followings dot followers dot. Okay, we need to go over here again and we can return dot count, and now we should not have any kind of error. After that, we can just console our error here, error getting number of followers. Now let's fetch. Now let's call this function, and after that we can pass the number here. Number of followings. Let's save. And now we have the same problem that objects are not valid at React child. So we need to go over here and we can pass it like this: JSON dot parse, then JSON dot stringify, now let's save, and we should not have any kind of error now. So now let's go below and we have one follower here, so this is correct. And with that we are done with our rendering of our story. And now we are going to make another page where we are going to get our drafts published, saved, and other stories that the user have interacted or written. Okay, so let's make one more folder here inside the app, which will be me. Inside this we are going to have drafts, then we are going to have published, then saved, and you can also add the clapped or comments inside me directory, but we are going to go with these three. Now inside this we are going to make a component, and that would be the story page .tsx, write tsrfc. And now let's define the props here. So inside the props, first we are going to get the stories, and this will be a type of story array. Then we are going to have total drafts. This will be an optional, and this will be a type of object. Inside that we are going to have count, and that would be a type of number. Now duplicate this 2 more times. Now this will be a total published, and then total saved. Then after this, make this component a client component, so that we can use the path name here. So that const path name is equals to use path name, and from the path name we are going to get on which page we are on. So we can write const path is equals to path name dot split by slash, and we are going to get the third value. And after that we are going to return. Inside this we are going to have a class name, max width of 1000 pixels, mx auto, and mt12. After that, inside this we are going to have one more div. Give this a class name, flex item center, justify between, and inside that we can have a h1 tag. Give this a class name, text of 42 pixels, font semi-bold, and you can write here your storage. Now below h1 we are going to have a button, and this will be for writing new story, so we can write new story here. Give this a class name, bg green 600 over bg green 700 px4 rounded full, text white, text sm. After that, below this div we are going to have one more div. Give this a class name, flex item center space x6 border b of 1 pixels and empty2. Now inside this we are going to have three links. Link from next link, href will be slash me slash drafts, then add a class name here and use backtick here. If the path is equals to drafts, then we are going to have border b of 1 pixels, border neutral 800, opacity 100. Otherwise we are not going to have border, and opacity will be 60. Other than that, text will be sm and pb4. Inside that we can write total draft, so let's add it here. Stories, total draft, total published, total saved, so that total draft dot count. Now duplicate this will be published, copy this and we can paste here. This will be total published dot count. This will be saved, and here as well saved. This will be total saved dot count. And now below this div we are going to write JSX for the different pages. So first will be the draft. So if the path is equals to drafts, then we are going to render this. Inside that we are going to have a div. Give this a class name, empty5, and then inside this we are going to map over the stories. So stories dot map, and from this we are going to get story, and then here return, and we are going to have a link over here and give this href. So href will be slash drafts slash story dot id. Now here let's get the h1 element, so we can use the regex here for that, and inside the link we are going to have a div, and also we need to give the key here. Key will be story dot id. So inside this div, first give this a class name, So class name will be py5, and then inside this make one more div, give this a class name as well, text excel, font semi bold, mb5, and then inside this we are going to have the h1 element, so we can write h1 element. Now after that, below this div we are going to have one more div, give this a class name, and that would be flex item center space x5, and inside this we are going to have a span, class name will be text sm, opacity 60, and here we are going to have new date, and this will be the story dot updated at to date string, and that's it. Now let's copy this and let's duplicate this for the published, and here we can change this to published, and also we are going to have one more thing here, which will be a button, and this button will be for editing the story. So we can write edit, class name px4 py 6 pixels, text sm, rounded full, bg green 500, text white. And now let's write the function to edit our story, but before that let's make the API. So inside the API, go to the story, new story here, and we do have a patch over here, so we can make one more folder name edit story, then out.ts, now here go to the out.ts inside the publish new story and copy this and then paste here. Now what we are going to do here, we are going to make this publish to false, remove this, and I think everything will be same. So now let's save and go back to our story page, then go above and we can write our function here. So that const edit story, then we're going to use try and catch block. We're going to have const response is equals to axis dot patch, then provide the API endpoint, which will be slash API slash edit story, and the data will be story ID. So this is story ID we are getting as a parameter here, so we can write story ID and type will be string. After that we are going to push the user to the story page, so we can import first the use router, import use router, and then we can write const router is equals to use router, and here we can write router dot push backtick slash story slash response.data, and now let's await this so that we can get our data dot id, and let's make this a asynchronous function. Now let's console the error here, error editing data. Now let's call this function here. So on click, we are going to call edit story function and pass story.id, and let's write it like this. Now one thing that we can do here, let's go to the new story here, or you can say the page.tsx, and here we are getting a story from this function. Let's go to the actions, then here, and here we can also add a condition that should be false. Okay, so if the publish is not false, then it cannot be actually edited. Now let's go back to our story page. Now after this done, we are going to work on the third, which will be our saved stories. So we can write if the path is equals to saved, then we are going to have a tree. Now let's map over the stories here, and we are going to get the story. Then we can use curly braces, then return here, and this will be a link. So the href will be /published /story.id, and let's also add our key here. Key will be story.id, and after that we are going to have h1 tag, image src, and the first 30 words to show the preview of the story. So we can get it like this, and we have everything: h1 tag, first 30 words, and also the image src. Now give this link class name, then my8 border b of 1 pixel, pb10 border neutral 100. Then we are going to have the image of the user and also the h1 element, first 30 words, and the image src, and then the image of the story. Now let's get the user detail here. Return the user detail, but actually we are showing the author detail here. So let's make another component just for this. So copy this, and let's go below and write const author detail, and inside that we can return, and we can paste it here. Now in order to get the details, we need the story here. So we can have a story as a type of story. Then using the use effect, we can get the user. So we can write const user set user is equals to use state, type will be user, and then we are going to use effect here. Inside that we are going to write user data is equals to fetch user is equals to async try and catch block. Then here we can add const user is equals to await get user and pass the story dot author id. Then we are going to set user to user, and then here we are going to console the error getting in user, then pass the error. Then we are going to call the fetch user function. Dependency will be the story, and then using this user we can get all these details. So use this here and here, and now let's call this function here. So we can add author detail, then pass the story, then close this and pass this, and then we can pass the we need to write it like this, not as a function, story. And now we need to pass the story here, which will be the story. And with that, this is done. Now we are going to call this function in all these three pages, and we are going to provide these data. So now let's save and go back to each one of them. First will be the draft, make page.tsx, then write tsrfc. Let's define some functions to get the stories and the numbers here. So let's go to the action and make one more file named me.ts, and now let's get the Prisma and only Prisma. So go to the me.ts. Now first we are going to make a function to get the draft story. So that export const get draft story is equals to this function, make this async function. Now inside that use try and catch block const stories is equals to await prisma dot story dot find many, where publish is false, and we are going to have the author id here. So author id, which will be a type of string, so we can have the author id here. Now let's return the response, which will be the stories, and here we can return response to be a empty array. Similarly, copy and now duplicate this. This time we are going to get the published story, so we can write published story, and this time the publish will be true and everything will be same. After that we are going to get the saved story, so duplicate this again and we can write saved story, and this time we need to remove the author id and we are going to have the save. So inside the save we have sum, and we are going to check for the user id. So if the user id is equals to the author id, in this case the author id is actually the user id, which is the correctly signed in user. Don't be confused, or maybe I should change this to user ID. Okay, so in this way we are going to get our stories which is saved by this user. And now using the length of this story, I think we can get the number of the stories. So now let's go back to the page.tsx, and here we can get const drafts is equals to await get draft story, make this async function, and pass here the author ID, which will be the current user ID. So okay, I think we do not need to pass the author ID here, since we can get the author ID from the backend. So go to the mail.ts and remove this, and instead of that we can get const user ID from get user ID current user ID, and then use this user ID as a author ID. And let's check if we have the user ID or not. So if we don't have the user ID, then we are going to return empty array. Okay, and we need to await this. Now let's copy this and paste here, and use the user ID here. Remove this, and here as well remove this, and copy this and paste here. Now let's save and go back here, and now we should have our draft story. And now we can also get other stories to get the number of stories from them. So now let's get the published is equals to await get published story. Then we are going to get the saved await get saved story, and now we are going to get the story page. So story page, and this will first get the stories. So stories will be draft, since we are in the drafts, and this is saying that okay, so this has a type of never. So I think okay, so use this. So use this instead of returning an empty array. And now we should not have any kind of error. We still have the error, and this time okay, so draft dot response, and now the error is gone. After that we are going to have the total numbers of drafts. So we can write total number of drafts, which will be draft dot response dot length, and now the number is not assignable. Okay, so actually I have defined the wrong type here. I need to remove this, and this will be a simple number. Copy this, paste here and here. Now let's go below and remove this. Now let's save and go back here. Then we have total published, which will be published dot response dot length. Then we are going to have total saved. This will be the saved dot response dot length. Now we just need to copy this page.tsx file and paste here and here. Save this and save this. Now in the page Now in the published, the stories will be published, and in the saved, the stories will be for saved. Now let's save and go back to the navbar.tsx. Here add one more link, which will be this, and import this icon. So when click on this, we are going to go to the me/draft. Now let's save and go back to our browser. Now we have our stories. Now this should be me, so me. Okay, so now let's click on this, and me/draft, we are getting page. So let's see what is happening here. Okay, drafts and drafts, page.tsx. Okay, we need to save this. I did not save that. Now we are getting another that this could be null. So after replacing all the exclamatory mark with the question mark, here the error is gone. Now actually let's go here, and I need to add the text inside our links. So this will be the drafts, then this will be published, and then this will be saved. And let's wait, and now this is looking good. So this is working, this is good, and this is also good. But so now as you can see, we have 0 in the draft. Published is true, and we have that over here, and we have our saved story here. Now let's remove these tags from here. So go below, and we need to remove the tags. For that we are going to use this function, and as you can see, now we don't have the HTML tag. Let's also add this here. So h1 element. Okay, so after the h1 element, we are going to have this h1 element, and then here we are going to have capital H1 element. So now this is looking good, this is also good. When I click on this, I'll be directing to the actual story. Let's design this a little bit more. So this is inside the published. So inside the published, we have this button. Let's make this p by 1 and px or maybe 5, and this should be 700. Okay, or you can say we need to have gray, maybe 500. Okay, now this is looking much better. Now in the new story, let's go here. So the new story will have py of 1, let's see, no, py of 6 pixels. Okay, and let's go to the navbar.tsx here and copy this, and then go to the story page, and we can paste it here. and I think we have 2 times the router. Remove this and on click, and look, this will call this function which will make a new story. Now let's save. And as for the draft, we have 0. Let's edit this, and I think after that this will be here. So let's edit this one. So after clicking on this, I'll be redirected to this story, and now this is in the edit mode. So if I go back again, refresh the page, now as you can see, this is in the draft, defining routes and last updated. Okay, you can also add the description here if you want to, but this is enough. And for the saved, we have the whole story here. Now if I click on this, we have the story, and now with that this is done. Let's see if this is working or not. So now let's click on this, and now we have another story here. Let's write something over here. So we can go here and choose anything. So let's say authentication strategies, copy this, paste here, then we can copy all this and paste here. And now let's make this a bullet points. So I don't think I have added the bullet points, but you can obviously do that from the documentations. So let's highlight them a little bit. And now I don't have any kind of image over here. Let's publish this. This will be the programming, and as you can see, I don't have any kind of image. Let's publish, and this is the this is our story. Now if I click on this, I'll be getting this story, and now here we have this no image image, since this story does not have any kind of image. So with that, we are done with our writing part, me page, and also the published page. Okay, now we need to work on the home page and the search functionality, and with that we will be done. So let's start working on that. Now let's work on our home page, and for that we need to go to the root page.tsx, and here make a div and give this a class name of max width of 1100 pixels, then mx auto and px5 and mt12. Now inside this we are going to have a component which will be story list, and now let's make that here inside our components. So write story list.tsx, and now let's import that here. Now go to the story.tsx, and here first we are going to get all unique tags so that user can choose from that, and then we will filter out the stories based on that selected tags. So first let's make a function so that we can get our unique tags or topics. So inside the function, let's go to the get stories, and here make another function, export const get unique topics or tags is equals to async. Now this does not require any params, and then we are going to use try and catch block. Now let's first get all the topics from our all stories, so we can write all story topics is equals to await prisma dot story dot find many, and from here we are going to select only the topic to be true. Now if you see the type, this is now an array of object, and inside that we are going to have the topic, which is array of string, and we are going to get the unique topics from here. Then we are going to modify the data in such a way that we are going to get that we will get a array of object. Inside that we will have values and the label. So at const unique topics is equals to array dot from. Inside that we can use set method, so we will use this and this will give us the topics, which will be the array of string, but we want only array of a string in this case, so we are going to use flat map here, and this will give us the array of string of the topics. Now from that we are going to make our formatted data, so that const for formatted data is equals to unique topics dot map, and then topic is equals to, inside this we are going to have value, which will be topic, and label, which will be topic, and this will be equals to. And as you can see, we have our formatted data, which will be a type of array of object. Now we are going to return this data, so return response is equals to colon formatted data, and here we can return response to be a empty array. Now let's save and go back to the page.tsx, and here we can get our all tags, so that const all topics is equals to await get unique topics, and make this a asynchronous function, so that async. And now we are going to pass all topics here, so copy this, and now we are passing all the topics. Now let's go here and define the props. So we are going to have the all topics, which will be a type of object. Then in that we are going to have value, which will be a type of string, and label, which will be a type of string, and this will be an array of object, so add an empty array. Now let's add all topics here. So we have to pass all topics dot response, and now we don't have any kind of type error. Now let's go to the story list, and after we get all the topics, we are going to show inside a pop-up, so the user can add more topics on the home page, and then select it, and on the selection we can show the filtered data. So now let's define some states here for the filtered stories, and also let's get our tag from the search params. So below this, write const filtered stories set filtered stories is equals to use state, type will be story, and then array, and initial value will be empty array. Now after that we are going to get our search params, so that const search params is equals to use search params. From the search params we are going to get the tag value, so we can write const tag is equals to search params dot get, and then we are going to get the tag value. After that, depending on the tag value, we are going to fetch our data. So we can write use effect, and inside that we are going to fetch the data. So that const fetch story is equals to a sync function, and inside that we can use try and catch block, and we are going to get the response is equals to await, and the function name will be get story by tag. We haven't made it yet. Now this will take the tag, and if the tag is not defined, then we are going to pass all here. Now after that, after we get the response, we are going to set the filtered stories to response dot stories. And now let's console our error here. So error in fetching the data. And now let's call this function here fetch story, and the dependency will be the search params. And now let's make this function here. So copy this and go to the actions and then get stories, and here write export const get story by id. This will be a sync function, and this will take tag, which will be a type of string, and we can use try and catch block. Now if the tag value is equals to all, then we are going to get all the stories from story dot find many. Then we can return the stories to be all stories. If the tag is not equals to all, then we can write tag stories, and then we are going to compare it to where the topic has the tag, and also publish should be true, and for this case as well. After that, we can just return our stories. So this will be the tagged stories, and here we can return an empty array. Now let's save and go back to the story list and import this function. And now we have our all topics, filter stories, and our tags. So now inside just to make one more div and give this a class name of flex item center space x6 border b of 1 pixels and opaque and text sm opacity 60. Now inside this we are going to have a span and give this a class name of pb3. Now inside this we are going to have a plus sign, so plus from loose direct, and the size will be of 20. Then we are going to have a class name, and now on clicking this we are going to show a dialog in which the user can select the topics. So let's go to the navbar story, and I think we should have that component. So we can just copy this and then paste here, and now here we only going to require this select. So above this div, remove that up to here, and we don't want the grid here. Make W to full. After that, we can import our select. So go above and import select from React select. And now here we are only going to require our all topics. So copy this and then paste here, and this will be a type of props, so we can write props. Let's remove what we don't need here. So first, we do not need the stories. We do want the selected topics. We don't want all this. We also don't want this. After that, we can pass the topics to be all topics, and then we can have the publish, and then we can have another function which will be add tags. Now let's go above and let's define another type which will be tag types. In this we are going to have the all topics, and this will be a type of this. Then we are going to have the set show pop-up, so we can go to the nearby story and copy this and then paste here, and also add set show pop-up, and then remove this and write tags type. After that, we need to define a new function here, so write const add new add tags. This will be a type of async function. Then use a try and catch block, and write await XCS dot post, then API endpoint which will be slash API slash add tag. Then we can pass the data which will be tag is equals to selected tags. Then we can console added tags successfully. After that, we can console the error here, error adding tags. Now let's copy this and then paste here. Okay, and do we need the selected topic here? I don't think so. So let's remove this, and with that, this is done. Now one more thing that we are going to do here, we are going to show the already selected topics over here, but let's go above and let's make a state over here, const show pop-up set show pop-up is equals to use state, type will be boolean, and initial value will be false, and on click we are going to make set show pop-up to opposite value, to opposite of the current value, show pop-up. After that, we can include our component here. So if the show pop-up is true, then we are going to have this component which will be tag, which will be add a tag component. So we can remove this and write add tags, add tag component. Copy this and paste here. Now pass all topics, which will be the all topics. Then we can pass set show pop-up to set show pop-up. Now let's save and go back to the browser, and okay, we need to make this a client component. Use client. So now when I click on this appears, and now we have all the topics over here. Okay, so now first let's change this to add tags. Now let's go here and let's make this API, but before that we need to make one more model to add for the topics. So let's go in the schema.prisma. We can add one more model for topics, and inside we can have the ID first, then we can have the user ID, and this will be a type of string. Then we are going to have selected, this will be a type of array of string. Now let's make this table in our database. So we can write npx prisma db push, and now let's go to the API, then make one more folder for topics, then route.ts. Now first we are going to get the prisma and auth and also this, so copy this and paste here. Then we are going to have this, and after that we are going to use try and catch block. Now from the body we are going to get our tags, so we can write const tag is equals to request dot json, and we have to await this. Now and after that first we are going to check if we already have a topic data regarding this user ID with this user, so we can write const topic is equals to await prisma dot topic dot find first where the user ID is user ID, and if we don't have the topic then we are going to make another topic, so that const create topic is equals to await prisma dot topics dot create, and data will be user ID and selected topics, which will be the tag. And if we already have the topic then we are going to just update that topic, so that const update topic is equals to await prisma dot topics dot update where id is topic dot id and the data will be selected topics, and this will be the tag. Now here we can simply return next response.json and write added tags successfully, and copy this and paste here as well. And after that we can just console our error here. error while adding topics / tags. Now let's save and go back to our story list. This will be the topics and we are passing the tag here. And now let's get our already selected topics here. So let's go to the actions, then topic. Okay, let's make another file, topics.ts, and here we can have the Prisma first and also our user ID. So we can write export const get selected topics. This will be a type of asynchronous function. Now first we are going to get our user ID. User ID is equals to await get user ID, current user ID, and then we are going to check if we have the user ID or not. If we don't have the user ID, then we are going to throw a new error saying no user exists, user not logged in. After that we are going to use try and catch block to get the tags with this user ID. So write const tags is equals to await prisma dot topics dot find first where the user ID is user ID. Then we can return tags to be the tags. Copy this and paste here, and here we can return empty array. Now let's save, go back to the story list, and now use the use effect here to get all the tags. So that use effect, then we are going to make a function to get the tags. So that const get tags async, and inside this use try and catch block. We can write const response is equals to await get tags, and then we can set our tags here. So we can write const user selected tags set user selected tags is equals to use state, and the type will be string array and initial value will be empty array. And after that we can write set user selected tags to be response dot tags. Okay, so we are using the wrong function here. Let's go here and see what we have named our function. So this is get selected topics. Go below, and here we can write get selected topics. And then this is saying that this could be tags never. Okay, so we can first check if the response dot tags is available or not, and I think it's still saying we have a problem here. So still this is giving us the type error. Let's go to the function, and I think we have to select only the selected topics here, and then from the tags we are going to get the selected topics. Now let's save, and we should not have any kind of error. So still we are having the error that this could be undefined. Okay, so let's go above again and we can write like this, and now we should not have any kind of error. As you can see, the error is gone. Okay, here we can console the error. So write error in fetching the user selected tags. Now let's invoke this function get tags, and in the dependency we can write set show popup. Actually we do not want our user selected tags in this type. We want this to be in this type. So actually we can just copy this and paste here, and initial value can be null. And after that let's go to the get stories and copy this, and then topics and paste here. We can write our tags dot selected topics, and then we can pass the formatted data here or empty string. Let's save, and we do not have any kind of error now. Okay, and now we are going to use this as a default value here, default value. So with that I think this is done. Okay, so let's try to add some topics here. Go here, refresh the page, open this. Let's add this and artificial intelligence as a tag, and we have a 500 internal error. Let's go here and check. So we are getting this error. Okay, so we need to return this as well. So we can write return next response dot json dot error and move this above, and now let's save, and now we should not have any problem. Refresh this, add the programming and artificial intelligence, add, and we still have the problem. Let's see what kind of problem we have this time. So we are getting this time range error, and to solve this error we can simply close our server and start it again. Refresh the page. Now let's add again programming, Python, and add tag, and now we have a message added tags successfully. Let's refresh this, and now if I open this, we should have our tags over here. So let's see why we are not getting that. So go to the story list, and we can console the response here. So clg response, save this, and we have tags over here. Inside tag we have value of programming and value. So inside that we have two tags, and now let's console response.tags. So we have an array. So and now let's console our user selected tags. So we can write clg user selected tags and also let's write user tags. Now let's save, refresh it again, and we have the user tags and this. So what we can do here, instead of getting our user selected tags using use effect, we can directly pass it from our parent component. So go to the page.tsx and we can have const user tags is equals to await get selected topics, then copy this and paste it here. After that, go to the story list and this will have the same type. Now again copy this and we can pass it here, then we can add it here and the type as well. After that, we can take this and have this as a initial value here. Okay, so let's see what error we have. Cannot find the user tags. Okay, we need to add it here as well, and this should be dot tags. So now we do not have any kind of type error. Let's save, let's open this, and now we have already selected tags over here by the user and we are showing only these three. Now remove this, add tag, open this again, and we still have the previous one. So what we have to do is, I think we have to refresh the page so we can hard reload our component, just this once. So what we can do here, and after this we can write window dot location dot reload, and we do not need this, so remove this and this also. Now let's save, refresh the page. Now let's open this, add the world, add this tag. Now we have another tag over here. Let's add all 5 of them, add this. Now we have all 5 of them, remove this, add this tag, and now we have 3 of them. So this is working. And now we need to map over this selected tags here and show here. First will be the for you option, and then we are going to have the selected tags over here, and when the user click on this, we are going to show the filter story here. So let's get started with that. So we need to go to the story list, and in the main story list here, now below this we can have a link. So now below this pen we are going to have a link from next link. Now give this href, and href will be the home page, and inside that we are going to write for you. Now give this a class name and use this backtick pb3, and if the tag is equals to null, then the border be of 1 pixel and border neutral of 950. Otherwise we are going to do nothing. And after that we can map over these user tags So user tags dot map, we can have tag here and the index. Now inside this we can have this link, paste here, and the href will be like this, slash question mark tag is equals to tag dot value. Okay, let's make this tag, and tag dot value, and if the tag dot value is equals to tag dot label, then we are going to do this, and inside here we can write tag dot label. Now let's save and see if this is working or not. So now as you can see we have our options here, but these all are having this underline which we don't want. So we can use the search param here. So use the backtick and then tag, and this tag we are getting from above, so we need to write this as capital tag, capital T tag. Copy this, paste here, here, and here. Now let's save, and now as you can see this is working fine. Now let's see, we have a problem over here that each child should have a key. So let's give this a key of index, and now when I click on this, as you can see the URL change, and now underline goes to this option, Python fashion. And now we are going to map our stories. So let's console the stories to show you if we are getting the stories or not. So that filtered stories, refresh the page. Right now we are on this fashion, so we don't have any kind of stories. Let's go to programming, and we have 3 stories for that, and each should be published is equals to true, and as you can see all are published. For you will have all the stories, which is 3. Python will have 0, no, Python have 1. Okay, as you can see it has Python inside the topics. So this is working. Now we just need to map our filtered stories here. So now below this we are going to render our stories. So that filtered stories dot map, and here we are going to have the story. Now here we are going to have a story, not card, it will be story item, and then we are going to make this component. So inside the component make one more component which will be story item dot tsx. Like tsrfc, the props will be key, which will be a type of string. Then we are going to have story, which will be a type of story. And let's add it here, key and story. Now let's go to the story list and import our story item. And now let's go to the story item again, and we can render this now. Now our story item will be something like the saved that we have done in the me folder. So go to the story page here, and then to the saved part and copy this, and then go to the story item and we need to paste it here. Now let's go above, and here we can import image, then import link, and then remove this and this. After that, copy this, cut it from here and then paste here, and then cut the return value as well. Now let's format this a little bit. Now let's import our author detail. So import author detail story page, and actually we can export this. Now let's go here and we can import the author detail here now. And with that, this is done. Now let's save and refresh the page. And now we have our stories here. Let's go to the programming. We have 3 stories for you. Here, this also has 3 stories. Let's add one more tag here, which will be the world. Now this does not have any kind of story, so we are going to get empty. Here we also need to add save button and the clap button for the user engagement. So now let's go to our code, and from here we can go to the author stories, and we can actually copy this and then paste here just after this. Now we need to import a clap component and also save component, and now these requires user claps, total claps, and saved status. So let's go again to the author stories and let's see how it is getting that values. So as you can see, we are getting from use effect, so we can just copy this and then go to the story item and paste them here. Now let's import our checked saved function, clap count by user, use effect, and use state. And with that, we do not have any kind of error now. Let's save and let's see if it's working or not. So now, as you can see, let me show you. This story has 12. This story has 12 claps, and I have already saved it. This does not have any kind of claps. Now if I click on this, I have clapped it one time. Now let's go to this story. Now as you can see, this has been clapped by me once. If I clap it one more time, this will be 2. And let's go back, and as you can see, this has 2 claps. Now I want this to be here, not the full width. So let's make it full size and go to our code, and then here we can actually remove the justify between, and we can just have a space x5, and this is good. So now with that, we are done with our home page, and now we are going to work on the search, in which we are going to search the story based on their tags. So now let's go to the neighbor.tsx, and first we are going to capture the value of input. So let's make a state here, const search input, set search input. is equals to use state, type will be string, and initial value will be empty string. Now after that, go to the input, and here we can have onChange handler, and here we are going to set the search input to e.target.value, and also on key down, so we can write search, and we can pass the e here and e from here. Now let's go above and create that function const search. Now this will have the event, and then we can define the type of event. So we can go here and copy this and paste here. Now inside the function we can write if the event dot key is equals to enter then we are going to push the user to a new URL, which will be router.push, and we are going to push the user to search page slash question mark. Then we are going to have our search input, so we can have our search input here. And now let's go below, and we have error here. Okay, they both are the same. Okay, we can write search function here, so they both have same name, so we can write this as search function. Now copy this and paste it here. Now let's save and go back to our browser. Now if I write something like, let's say hello, and press enter, I'll be directed to this page where we have the URL slash search question mark hello. Now on clicking the search button, we are going to do the same. So on click handler, and this will also push the user, so we can write router.push, and we can copy the values from here. Now let's save and let's see if it's working or not. So, and when I click on this, as you can see, I have been pushed to a new URL. So they both are working. Let's do one more thing, that let's make our search page. So inside the app, make one more folder which will be search, and inside that make page.tsx at tsrfc, and here we are going to have the story list, and copy this and paste here. Import our navbar and remove this. Instead of this, we are going to have search list, and let's make this so search list.tsx tsrfc, and then import it here. After that, we are going to use search params to get our search values. So go to the story list, and we can copy this and paste here. Import this, and this will be the search. Let's console this search value, and this is null. Why? So we need to change the URL a little bit. So let's go to the navbar here, and instead of slash search comma this, we have to write maybe for is equals to, and then we can get this for value in our search params. Copy this and paste here. Now let's save. Let's go to the home page, and here write hello, and now let's go to search list, and here we are going to get the for value. Refresh the page, and as you can see we are getting our hello, which is the search value. So now that we have our search params, we are going to get our stories now. So now here as well we are going to use the same function that we did for the tags, but if you want to search with the headings, content, keywords like that, you need to make extra fields in the table where you can store those values, and you can also go for the full text search, which you can learn it about on the Prisma. If you want, you can comment on this video. For that I can make a separate video on that particular topic, but for now we are going with the same function that we used in our tags. So go to the story list, and we can copy this and paste here, import this and this, and this will be the search value, and we also need this state. So go back again and copy this, paste here, import new state and story type, and after that go back again and copy this and paste here, and import the story item. Now save, refresh the page. We do not have anything. Now if I search for like programming, I should get the stories, and as you can see we have the stories over here. So this is working, but the searching is only for the tags. I want you guys to add some more fields in our searching parameters so that the user can search on the basis of headings and content as well. So with this was all for this video. We made the home page, we made the search page, we also made me page where you can see your draft, published and saved values. We have the published page where we render our stories, and we can also have the more stories here, and we also have many user interactions, clap, comments, saved, share, and also we have a writing section where you can write new stories. And as you can see here, you can write new stories. Let's go here and let's copy this and paste here, cut this and paste here. Like this you can write your stories. You can also give this styles. You can also add image, divider, code block, anything you want. and these all are auto saved. As you can see, if I refresh the page, the text are still here. That means these are auto saving. Then we can publish. This is the preview. We do not have any kind of image over here yet. This is the heading, this is the description, this is the small description which will be the first 10 or 20 words. We can also have tags, then we can publish it. After publishing, you will be directed to the published page, and this author has 2 other stories. You can also clap from here and save it, and let's go back and let's go to this story. And as you can see, this has already been clapped and saved by me. So with this, we are done with our medium clone from end to end. So I hope you guys like this video. If you like the video, then do please subscribe to my channel, and if you have any queries, then do comment in the comment section. And now that we are done with our application, now we are going to deploy it on the Vercel. So I have made a repo over here, medium clone. First we are going to push our code on the GitHub, and then we are going to deploy on the Vercel. So open your code, then terminal, and let's clear this. And first we are going to get init, then we are going to add all files, then we are going to commit, then inside this we are going to give a message. I'm going to write medium clone complete, and these are all the files. Now after that we have to set the branch. After that, set the remote origin, and finally we need to push. And now let's go to the GitHub, refresh the page, and as you can see, now I have all the files over here. Now I'm going to my Vercel account, and here we are going to add new project. Let's add new GitHub account, confirm, and from here we are going to get our medium clone. So choose this one, save, and search here medium clone, import, and now here we are going to define our build command. So override this and write this prisma generate and next build. After that we are going to provide the environment variables. So you just need to copy and paste it here, and this will take the key and the value here, and after that we are going to deploy it. And now we can see the build process. And we have some warnings, but you can ignore that. And now we are generating our pages. We have generated all the pages here, and this is the final report. And lastly, this is deploying. And our project is now deployed. Now let's click on this. Let's sign in our application, and as you can see, we have all the stories here that was made by us storing in the project. And let's add some more tags here, programming, and let's say Python add. And as you can see, we have programming over here, then we have Python. And now if I go to me, this is a new account, so I should not have any kind of draft or published. And so everything is working, and we have successfully deployed our application on the Vercel now. And now with this, we are finally done with our project.